Girl, you're not doing this right now. No. Go. Lay down. You're not doing that this morning. No. Good morning.
Good.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Things crazy at the airport?
Yeah, it's pretty empty.
Quiet. That's nice.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I usually don't come in this early, you know.
You never know. I mean, sometimes it's you go in there at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, think there's not going to be anybody there, and there's a rush. That's crazy. But
Yeah.
no.
Well, I heard there was like a 3-hour drive to the airport yesterday. In fact, yesterday morning, the weather and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, I could only imagine.
Yeah.
You know, luckily the kids didn't have to go to school yesterday, and it's typically a work from home day for me. So like I didn't have to go anywhere, but I needed to go to the grocery store, so I did have to do that. Should have went Monday. I knew the storm was coming, but I was like, they're always saying it's going to snow, and it never does.
I
know. But no. So where you headed to?
Tampa.
Was this for a conference or vacation?
Yeah. It's like this marketing thing that I'm in. So like quarterly, they have a thing I go down to.
Cool. And
in person, yeah.
Is that one of your main focuses right now, to get your name out there and to do more marketing?
Yeah. So, and you know, this week, I guess we were really going to go through and really kind of plan out, you know, put everything together for next year, you know, and kind of outline all that. So, yeah, that's been kind of a big focus.
Yeah, you know, part of what I'm trying to do, like once we have the technology side, like I want to free myself up because the creative tech stuff that I do, and obviously this video stuff that I'm doing, I want to be able to. I just like helping people, so if you guys become as I build out this master transformation plan, and we have set ways of working with clients, anybody that comes across any opportunity that comes through this, we're going to be able to, you know, that's what Summit does. They're perfect for this. Oh, you need to host some things? Well, we have this here. Yeah. I invited my web guy here. He's from India, but we've been trying. I told him if he wants to work with me, you know, I give him like a few $100s a month to just watch the websites that are in place. But we're building the ability to have a web department. So we have a app we built to track all the websites that we do. We use something called Manage WP to do the backups, and we have like a single pane of glass that uses Orion or something along those lines on the back end. More secure than Orion. But bottom line is it's just a really nice way to try to create a way for, like, because of the way we're working and doing things, because of the brand that's behind us and how we stick to doing things, like the brand's bigger than any company, like that's part of it. So that's what I'm trying to create, is this essence. So when you guys, my hope is that you guys will start taking level 1 calls from my 3 clients on January 1st. If that's going to happen, what do you need to make that happen? And then Or B, I'm looking at the budget that we bring in for workstations and backups.
Uh-huh.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer to split that with you 50-50, whatever I'm bringing in. So if I'm bringing in, $1,000, that's splitting $500 a month. If it's $4,000, it's splitting $2,000 a month to you, $2,000 a month to me. Based off of the workstation and the backup portions of the worksheet that we do, that budget is for, what we pay Enable for. The reason why I want to split it 50-50 is because I want you to get compensated for taking my calls and learning things as we go. But we also have to dump money back into the brand. So that 50% that you give back doesn't necessarily go in my pocket. It's going back into helping build the overall brand that we're putting together. So I don't know what that looks like right now. I'll have to pull the worksheets up, and that could be the focus of next session. But in this session, I want to focus on January 1st. All of my clients are going to be, they're already like busting at the seams expecting this, because I've kind of already started explaining it to them that this is what we're working towards. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but this is what we're doing. Essentially, they're all going to be emailing their own support channels and calling their own phone number, and it's going to go to a centralized place that you guys will have the ability to answer and manage.
Okay.
What do you need as far as each tech plans? And I'm assuming you're going to pick one or two technicians that are there through the week to have them focus on this, or how would you go about it, I guess?
So, yeah, I mean, I think I want all of us to be able to, work anybody. So I think we would need. So I need to understand, I guess, that the ticket flow, right? So the calls come in, and that's going to get routed to. We would set up do we need like a dedicated number for each client?
No. I think what could happen is when they call in to their dedicated number, it's going to get forwarded to whatever number you like. That's the beautiful part about this is if you look at what we're actually doing is our systems will change over time. Hell, we might get to a point where you're like, hey, we love doing this. We don't want to be the reactive first call people. We're going to actually bucket that over here. We're going to continue doing the project stuff because that's what we're into. Or maybe you do like doing the on-site stuff and being reactive. That's what Jay likes. Either way, we find out what you're really good at and we help empower that. And what do we need? We also have to fill gaps, right? So we try to balance both those things. And what I'm trying to do is get you guys to at least start taking the calls at a surface level, and they're all going to get escalated probably. And that's how it is now with Jay and their team doing it. Like, they take the call. If they can fix it quickly over the phone, great. If not, we'll get you in queue, and Joe will call you or be on site in a timely manner.
Yes.
3 clients is all we're talking about. It's not rocket science. What I'm excited about is you guys doing sessions with me and learning like the way I'm managing my tech plans. Like, if you guys like the way I'm managing these tech plans and want to be, I think there's other MSPs out there that will want to do this the way that we're doing it. And when we license this to MSPs, you are the model. You will be the one that those MSPs go, wait, hey, if I want to use the MTP, what does that look like? And you'll be able to explain that with confidence because you see the benefits in it. That's what we're building here. And you're part of the big picture here. So like an anchor, when we get another MSP, they're not going to be a tech plan for someone that we're managing as an MSP and all these other services that we provide. We're going to be managing a provider that's providing services to make sure they're doing what we do right. So what are your thoughts of being that anchor and being the one in that licensing model? And if we do advertise that and people are doing that, like, I just want to, is that something that excites you at all, that vision?
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's fine. That's not a problem. It makes me think of, there's another vendor that I worked with that was like that for basically a different product.
And I'm learning as I go. So if you have experience with this type of stuff, yeah, let me know if you see anything that could be problematic. Your experience is important. It's helping build out the product.
Right. No, that I mean, yeah, I get that. So like, kind of working out the bumps in the road so that they don't have to, you know.
Correct.
And that's
correct.
That's perfectly fine. I have no issue with that.
In fact, what I really like
Working through
is
that.
the Johnny Ponytail that's out there doing it themselves and struggling because they're actually doing good, but they're like overwhelmed. Let us take your calls, buddy. Like, you just do what you do, manage the accounts. We have a framework
Right.
for you to fall into, and it's easy to adopt and take off running quickly. So, if this is the case, if we are doing this, you need a tech plan. Summit needs a tech plan based off the master tech plan. You should have a site that we are tracking our objectives between you and the MTP. And I'm going to show you real quick the environment I've set up for Navicore. And I know it's not coming as fast as I'd like it to. I'm one guy, so this is where we're starting in 2026. Just think about, like, when I started in 2023, I didn't have admin pipeline. There's so many things I didn't have. The delta between 23 and right now, as we're going into 26, the delta, the things that we've done, like, I can just imagine the growth between now and 29. It's going to be fucking, especially if you guys come on board and help push this. And 3Z's doing the same thing. Oh my God, guys, we're going to become a fuck Entrust IT and all these other companies. We're going to be the thing here in Cincinnati. All right. Where's my screen? Come here. All right. So, you should have a site that when you guys open up your browser, it should say "Welcome to Summit," or what is your guys' products? What's your top product? Do you guys have a plan that you offer, or what products are you pushing?
So there's really kind of three tiers. There's the IT support, essentially, cybersecurity, and AI. Those are kind of the three categories.
And IT support's broad, right?
Yeah.
So we break it down to 8 service groups.
Right.
The side that we provide. Everything else outside of that is called managed. How do you break down your provided services that you have?
So there's managed and there's reactive, essentially. Or we call it more like on demand.
So you guys have on demand, kind of like a la carte.
Yeah.
But so with Jay and Cincinnati PC Solutions. First, I wanted to shorten up the name because typing out the email Cincinnati PC Solutions was a nightmare. So he had CinciPCS.com. He's like, I have this, but I've never used it. I was like, well, that's the new brand name right there. Let's go. I polished up the logo, made that the name. And I said, okay, we need a product. And everybody that was coming in was residential, grandmas. Like, he wasn't doing business stuff. He did have some businesses, but it was mainly residential. So I was like, well, let's do this Home Pro program. It's $185 a year. People get free support for 15 minutes per an incident. I just came up with a stupid package that I just came up with off the top of my head. And as people came in, we just started offering it. I made a little flyer for it. People started grabbing it. Then I came up with Soho Pro, which is small office, home office, which is a $250 a month subscription where they pay that. We offer them a few extra things. And then we got into the Business Pro, which was kind of like an a la carte. Like, you have to have the minimums. Like, you have to have the network security. You have to have this in place. But if you want to do Business Pro, you want the whole setup, it was like $2,000 a month, I think was the minimum or something like that. But I came up with these 3 products, and that made it easy for us, at the time there was like 8 of us, to sell the products to people, which was Home Pro was the main thing. But the business side really started taking off on the Business Pro, and we started getting like $2,000 a month contracts here and there. And I told Jay, I was like, we need to cut off this Home Pro shit. We need to focus on business stuff. So we told everybody that was walking in that if you're not Home Pro, we're not working with you. All that did was raise fucking sales like fucking crazy for Home Pro. So which was the thing we were trying to get away from. So again, I'm asking, like, what products you have. Do you guys have some kind of set of products that's not a la carte?
We don't have like set packages like that. We kind of got away from all that. But we'll tailor something for somebody, so that's really kind of what we push, is more tailored solutions.
Beautiful.
A lot of them end up kind of looking the same, but
and that's exactly the point that I'm doing is
right.
is they don't care how the sausage is made. To them, it's just
Right.
their plan. So
Right.
I got away from
Yeah.
saying Home Pro, Soho Pro, business. It helped us at the
Right.
time get to where we are now.
Right.
It was an organic shift.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
every MSP goes through some form of that organic
Yes.
growth
For sure.
of
That
phases.
was the thing for a while. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and a lot of them still do. A lot of MSPs still have this. Like, here's their packages.
yeah, and we have packages, but they're not the way it's not the way that we explain or talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
Now it's how do you want your support? So we base it off the SLA first. We want to know what kind of relationship do you want here? Do you want somebody to run your IT for you and you don't want to think about it? That's a fully managed environment. That's going to take time to get there. Or do you just want somebody, when you have a problem, you're going to call us and you have your own plan, you have it all set up, we're going to refer to your plan and support that plan. What I've learned is it's about the plan that they have for how they manage their technology internally. And a lot of them have this mindset of, we're doing everything right, we got everything set up the way we're supposed to because we're going to this company, but that company only provides reactive support. So there's a big gap in understanding and expectations until something big happens, and then people get pissed off and want to point fingers and sue and be shitty, and yeah, it's ugly. So
Right.
what I like to do is
So you mentioned SLA. So I probably will want your SLAs so that we can make sure that we're hitting those.
when somebody, and again, what we do is we have something called an SOP&P. Did we talk about that last week? Or I guess it's been a couple weeks. Did we talk about that at all?
Maybe.
Probably not, because I'm talking about a bunch of other stuff. But part of what the tech plan is that we have to track what we do as we do it. We have to capture what we're doing, projects and problems. So the service desk has all the matters in it. The admin pipeline has all the projects in it.
Yeah.
What do we refer to see how something's supposed to be done? We have to have standard operating procedures and policies in place. I'm not going to create a new document every time we have a new client that's based off how they do support. Everybody does support their own way. They call their own support number, they reach out to their own support email address, and it gets forwarded to somebody that answers the phone, that understands what we're doing in the game, the playbook that we're in, and they know how to qualify something quickly and get it to where it needs to go or solve that problem. So qualifying the problem and get it where it needs to go, how do we do that? How do we know what to do? We get into this thing where we're all telling each other what to do. I wanted to create a way. So we have something called the SOP and Policy Manager. And what this is I'm going to create a list out of this. It's got these 5 fields. But what the SOP and P is, let me go to the damn... Do I not have the... Yeah, here's the library. It's just a set of folders is what it is. That list there is where the final ones, you'll take the stuff that's in the documents and put into that list. That will be the true holy grail. The SOP and P manager is the holy grail of what is the policies today. And the way we do this right now is there's 3 folders. When we first introduce a company, so you will have an admin team site. You will have an SOP and P manager for Summit, where you guys will take all of your old SOP and P stuff and it'll be broken down and put into this legacy folder. And this is everything that was pre-MTP adoption. And whatever your departments are that make up Summit, we'll figure that out together, you and I and whoever else runs operations there. So that way we have a clean list of set standard of what makes up Summit, department-based. From there, we break down the systems for each department. And this is work of the administration team. IT support, is what you do. The administration team tells the company, here's how we run things and here's how we document things so we can train people properly, correctly. We are the administration of this company. Most companies don't have an administration department. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
We are providing, just like they don't have an IT department, we are providing them what the MTP truly does, or the Master Transformation Plan. That's 2029 talk. We're not there yet. But that's the big game here that we're playing towards, helping businesses transform. So, focused on technology, we're going to go in there and give them an administrative department that will help them lead better with their organization. The IT department is using the technology. The administration department is saying, hey, here's how you use calendars. Here's how you use folders. Here's where the data's supposed to go. This is how you're supposed to use. These are the workflows. This is the quality that we want. We are providing them an administration department, and we're going to create SOP and Ps, which is just an acronym for Standard Operating Procedures and Policies. Here's my standard structure for doing this. We have the 3 folders, and then under the 3 folders is a document that explains what the SOP and P is. I don't know if I have this completed or not. This might need to be updated. But it explains the 3 folders. It explains the hierarchy of how things are supposed to work with the department systems and functions. And you can have sub-departments and you can have sub-systems, but you can't have sub-functions. It's department, systems, functions. So when you go into development, here's where you're going to see things that are being worked on. Any Word documents in here is an SOP and P being created to be put into the final or the completed folder. Does that logic make sense? Bring all the old stuff, put in the legacy folder in the right place. We start developing in this folder, and once it gets completed and approved by our admin team, that's when it gets moved into completed. Anything in completed, which I don't think we have anything in here yet because I'm a single person, so everything I'm doing is in development. Until I have you and Jay and everybody else saying, hey, yes, we approve how that's going to be done. So I'm going to create the SOP and P for Service Desk. That way, we can share this document with everybody. In fact, the benefit of doing this with all of our systems, and we're busy, right? So we have to prioritize what we get in there first. But the way we should prioritize what SOP and P we create first for Summit, for Navicore, for each client tech plan we do, this SOP and P shit's going to be like a whole department based on just doing SOP and P at some point. We're too small for now, but this is the phases we're in right now with where we are with a system like this. Just like an MSP, it goes through its phases. So under development, there is a template SOP and P right here. I shouldn't have any Word these should be put into the right folders. I was doing some cleanup. But this is all it is. There's 5 fields that you have to fill out.
Okay.
3 of these fields are a little bit in depth. 2 of them is just the title of the damn system that you're making the SOP and P for. Every system and every function must have a gatekeeper or champion. Choose your term. Somebody that's responsible for that system. Now, department heads are responsible for their department. And they can delegate work. Say, hey, listen, this is an HR system, but I'm not going to schedule the interviews. You're scheduling the interviews with new hires or prospects. So the system of prospect interviews or interviewing for hire, like that's a system of hiring process. So it's a subsystem of a main system, and all the functions that person is doing, all that needs to be in SOP and P. So that way we don't want to tell people what to do. We want to show them, give them something tangible. That's the big difference here. And when we have SOP and P for all these things, think what AI would be able to do with a document that just has a few fields. The overview is the scope and the purpose of the system written in a summary format. AI understands how to do that. Resources, this is any lists, any other systems, anything it takes to make this run. Resources, or that's what resources does. Flow is you walking us through the system from start to finish. And this is surface level. I don't want super in depth. So when we get a company to say, hey, we got to start doing SOP and Ps, like I hope you're willing to do SOP and Ps, it's a standard 5-field document that we fill out, and it has It's the right structure for where we are today. Will this evolve over time? Sure. But the 2026 MTP, when we kick this thing off, this is the minimum basis right now. I'm going to take a second to make sure I'm not losing you.
Yeah. Okay.
So what I've learned as I've been doing this, let me show you a couple of the examples. I'm currently working on the admin pipeline. That's the 3 lists in a client organization. Let me give you a quick view of it real quick. I'll show you Wegmans. Theirs has the most activity in theirs at the moment. Oh, go to the home page first. Theirs is also a little confusing because I have this ignore this critical success factors right now. They're doing a strategic planning with actual business strategists that came in and helped them, and they have objectives and things to do. So I integrated their strategic plan with the admin pipeline, and they loved it. Anyway, initiatives. Initiatives are the things that we're focused on, the big things, and there's more things in here than just 3, but we only want to have 3 things that we're focused on as an organization at once. So this company is focused on, they're working on the admin pipeline, the master tech plan, and adopting all this terminology, objectives versus matters, and maker time versus manager time. Business development and sales, they want to bring in business. They hired a guy to do marketing and stuff, so that's a big focus for them as an organization. So as we're doing objectives and things, we need to be mindful that, hey, we're trying to get better at sales. So as we're doing stuff, if we see something that might be helpful with that as a company, as leadership, be mindful that that's something we're working on, along with their 26 to 28 strategic plan. That's a big focus right now. The marketing stuff. This is about to be finished up, even though it's the planning's almost done. When it kicks in, that'll fall off and a new initiative will come in place. That's how this works. And then underneath that, we have objectives. Now, these lists all work together. All right. So when we put objectives in here, I can break these down by department because that's how we like to do things. So if we look here, I can tell you that we have, these are active, these are in progress items. The administration team has 6 open items. IT has 11. I need to get busy. Marketing has 7, and operations has 2. And that's the leadership working on those 3 initiatives and objectives that we have going on, amongst other shit going on, change management within the organization. This is just our system for being mindful of what all of our leaders have going on, not doing their day-to-day jobs, their manager time, but when they get maker time, this is their overall focus when we break down the 2 time frames. So, knowing that these are the objectives, some of these objectives may already have documentation done to them. Some of them may not. If it needs documentation, the admin team will say, hey, because this isn't a one-person thing. This is a team working on a business, and we need to make sure that this business has everything it needs, and we all have our roles in making sure the business has what it needs. I even pull a chair up when we're having these meetings and say, this is the company right here. Right? It can't speak for itself. We can't tell how it's feeling. It's here, so we need to pretend like this is what we're here to do. We're here to make this, to speak for this company and make it better. So that's the mindset that we're trying to go through. That's what this admin pipeline is for. Only the admin team can see the initiatives and the objectives. We have the action items, which is where we can delegate this, and this is broken down by person, so you can see who all has stuff from the admin team or the influencers or users that we've delegated stuff to. You can see who all in here has something to do based off of the admin pipeline. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it does.
The main thing I'm trying to get you to see here is that if you understand how we're doing things and you understand we have documentation on things, you should know what documentation you're going to need to answer calls. Every tech plan that I'm supporting right now has an LOB apps and services list. So if we go to, let's just pick a random client here. Let's go to Fisher.
Yes.
I need to clean up.
So where do we find this?
So you guys will have access, and I'll make sure there's a link on the RMM. So when they go to that client, they click on a link. It's going to take them to this. Take them to this page,
Okay.
and they'll be able to go to the tech plan at the top. Oh, this is the admin team. Hold on. Wrong team site. This is the team site. they'll go under tech plan, and underneath here, there's an LOB apps and services.
Okay.
So the LOB apps and services is essentially this list. I can give them a quick link to this. In fact, I could probably link on the RMM. I could put a link to each LOB apps and service for each client. That might be helpful. I'll see if I can't do that. But this opens up an app, and it lets everybody know that these are the apps that are business related.
Okay.
If they call you up and there's an app that's not on this list and they're saying it's business related, well, something's off
Okay.
here. It doesn't say not to support them. It's just we should let the
Okay.
account manager know that this happened, type of thing, and that this app, they're saying that this app is being used. I will get with them in the next admin session, and we will discuss that and lock it down and do proper training after the fact. That's what we do. That's the administration department. We're here to make sure everybody's aligned, that we're administering the people, their workforce, and the identity, that those three are aligned up. That's what our admin team does. We're training the company to do this. So are you willing to adopt all of this with your workforce? That's the question. Do you see your guys having an LOB apps for their clients, like having a team site for their clients, and all, like being an anchor to the MTP isn't just supporting the clients of the MTP, it's also what are you going to adopt of the MTP for your operations. I'm not saying I want you to turn into the MTP, but I would love you to be using team sites with LOB apps and services apps and all the apps that we are developing. Not for all of your clients, but for the ones that you know that would be beneficial for them to have it. What about this do you think that you're willing to, what are you willing to adopt, assuming it works out and there's no security issues?
Well, so so we have a platform where we keep that stuff already. So I don't know if I want to recreate all that's in there already. But I think having this is important.
LOB apps and services. If I wanted to know your LOB apps and services for Summit to do business, this isn't your clients getting this on. This is what you need to run the business. Where would you go pull that information from?
Oh, you mean as far as the ones that we use internally?
Correct. Do you have a way to track that? Does Summit have a tech plan?
We don't.
An admin team?
Yeah, we don't
to
really
manage
track
this,
that. No.
The admin pipeline to manage the things that we're doing as a company, and if it's going to add a layer to work, but what it's going to do, it's going to make the other layers. It's going to flatten things out, make things much more clear, and give you more. It's hard to put into words the advantages that come with working this way. But mainly it's confidence in what you're doing and the plans that you're supporting. So giving you the confidence to have a solid LOB apps and services list to make sure there's no overlap. And if there is overlap, we can justify the reason why. Things of that nature. Having the admin pipeline and just right now, like if you just want to be a client relationship, I can continue. Like I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. But my search will continue to find that anchor MSP to be the anchor of the master tech plan. It's a big, I don't know if you realize the ask I'm asking here, how big it is. But essentially, we are building a brand together. And the way we do things is the way we want our clients to do things. We want them to be secure. We want them to house their stuff in a centralized location. To me, SharePoint can be that. Now, if you talk to Eric, Eric's a little bit different. This is why I love Eric, because Eric challenges my vision and makes me want to make it better and find ways to make him want to like it, if that makes sense. He doesn't like Microsoft. He doesn't trust them, and every tenant you have, they own it.
Right. Yeah.
That's a reality that we have to face, and he's right. But at the same time, not everybody's going to host their own servers and have their own farms and shit. So...
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Is he going to have a SharePoint site and be in there? And that's fine, because I'm also looking at people that are on Google Workspace. If they're on Google Workspace, I actually have a client that I'm hoping will come on and let me be their Have you ever heard of Ditchfire?
No.
They're local, well, Kentucky, northern Kentucky. They're right across the river in Covington, I believe. Just a few guys from Cincinnati and Kentucky that's put together this AI software that finds trends and stuff. They just got Hershey's as a client and a couple other ones. And they're making about 2.3 million. There's only like 6 of them. And they're going to be, like, I'm meeting with them this month to get them involved with this and to get them to have the tech plan and have them managing things. And the beautiful part about it is that every tech plan I have, so like if you need a server rack or servers moved from one place to another, Wegman Company is great for this. We are building our own network of companies that work together as well. Like, I plan on having, I couldn't do it this year. I wanted it, this Friday was supposed to be a big party for bringing partners together, but that's me being stupid and overzealous. But next year, damn it, we better be having a Christmas party and bringing all the gatekeepers, all the people that work with the Master Tech Plan, bringing all the gatekeepers together, and the partners, the anchor gatekeepers, you, Eric, and just bring everybody together, because what we're doing is we're basically learning how to do this better, to manage things better using our tech stack. Anyway, back to focus on January 1st. Everybody will have access to LOB apps and services for each. There's only 3 clients right now.
Right. So where do we find those?
So
and what else besides this kind of description? What else is in there?
So the description, again, these are all going to be updated for all 3 clients. Even this one right here, because this doesn't have the management URL. So the ones that have a web portal to get into to manage, there's going to be, I'm going to add a column here that you can just click on that. That'll take you to the login of that thing. So what would be helpful for your technicians if they had this LOB apps and services for each one? Then they would also have, where's the device manager? Do we not have device manager for them yet? No, workforce management app. Aha. Here's where it is. So this is early on. I got to upgrade these guys too, because we kind of combined their workforce management app and their device manager app into one app. We need to create a separate app for their devices and a separate one for the users. But that's not going to get done before January 1st, I can guarantee you that. So some of this is going to be messy, so your guys are going to have to, I'm going to have to probably create some kind of document for each of the 3 clients, that like a cheat sheet, a digital cheat sheet that has links on it to get to the workforce management app and the devices they have. The RMM should give them everything they need as far as that goes, though. Which, do I have that open somewhere? Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't even say the RMM. I think they should be able to go to the PSA and get everything they need. So if they come here, then we go to AWA and Navicore. Those 2 are not going to be really set you guys worry, because I'm Navicore and AWA. They're just getting, Jay does their service desk.
Right.
Brandycore is going to be coming into this list as well. I would like your team. I'd like your team to understand the admin pipeline by you guys adopting it. Because if you guys if we start working with you and your team, you adopt LOB apps and services. They adopt the admin pipeline to work within your structure. How easy do you think it's going to be to train them on supporting a client?
Well, I guess at least as I'm understanding it, like an LOB for like our internal apps, I don't know that they're really accessing that. So I don't see how that really helps much.
Your admin team would have access. Who do you call for support? Okay. Right? Like, so you have all your employees would come to you if there's a problem, then you would reach out to support and stuff. Who other than you is managing all these systems?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the system, but do
you have backup? I guess that's what I'm saying is like, as we do this, we're going to be documenting and building a system. And you're right. Just like a company's tech plan, the admins at these companies, like the LOB apps and services list there, as we go and start putting management stuff in there, we can't just let everybody access that app. So we have to restrict that. So just your tech plan that we put in place for you is the same tech plan we're going to put in place for the clients that you support.
Yeah, but I don't see how that really helps the technician support those clients.
Well, that aspect of it, not so much. What I'm trying to say is, if you guys have the admin pipeline, and you told me that you want everybody to start answering the calls right away, is giving me some insight. And this isn't to talk down to you. Please don't take me as somebody that's talking down to you or think I'm better than you or any of that shit. Because when I start talking about this is just me being objective and letting you know what I hear and see. When you tell me that you're just going to have everybody answering the calls, that tells me that you guys are pretty general with the way you guys do support. You guys don't have different queues, and you guys don't really traffic things. If you want all of your guys to be able to answer any call and be able to take care of that thing, that's great. And if that's where things are at, how do you compartmentalize certain areas, or do you how do you structure your support now? Like, everybody can do... Like, there's no escalations levels. There's no, like, hey, just the three of you guys are on the queue today to answer calls. Everybody else doesn't. Like there would be so much chaos I could see with the workforce if that was happening. Like, maybe you guys aren't that. I don't know. I would love to.
Yeah, no, there is, but we want to get away from just having only one or two guys can support these clients. You know, like, if the knowledge really just becomes kind of tribal, then there's problems with that. We want to try to get into that. And I know it takes a little bit to get there.
Absolutely, and I get what you're saying. That tribal knowledge, when somebody becomes a person-dependent system, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, right. Yes, so that's what we want to try to get away from. And a lot.
That's what all this does. That's exactly what I'm trying to help you with. Exactly.
That's right. So these SOPs are, instrumental in all that.
But it has to come from a place, for me, to truly make your culture and your company, your brand, like, you're going to a marketing thing. Everything that we do, the real work comes from leadership, owning, like, the core systems at the top and managing things a certain way, and then taking that down, because I guarantee if you expect it from your employees, but you're not managing things at that level up here, they're going to sense that. They're going to do what you do. If you're not managing things clearly and confidently up here, they're going to see that. They're going to get away with what they can, because that's survival. It's human instincts. We do it subconsciously without even thinking or intentionally doing it. So, I believe it's important. The work I'm bringing, I don't expect it's not going to happen overnight.
Right, and I don't think that's happening by January 1st. I guess that's what I'm
so here's what
January 1st.
Here's what I'm asking. I'm asking you, and when you said all the guys, that means we're going to be training everybody. That's where things get scary for me, because it'd be easier to have like a couple of your guys set up for this, enough to cover the from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And those are the hours currently. We can change those coming January 1st, because everything can be changed. It's a new tech plan cycle. It's 2026, so we're able to lock it in. The clients may not like everything we do, but they know that once we lock it in, it's locked in. We've done it for the last 2 iterations, and they know how we went through the pain of those 3 clients going through that anyway. If you have somebody that's really, what I'm asking for is an operator, and it's really going to be super easy money for you guys. What I want is for you guys to see the value in the structure that it brings, and that by training 2 guys on this, and then for them to really get it and start implementing that within Summit, what you're essentially going to be doing is the way we do things for Summit is the way we do things for each tech plan. It just makes training seamless. And you don't have to, when you train somebody, a new technician, on how we manage matters for a client and show them here's how each tech plan is set up, they're off to the races, because we approached it in a way that we went through the growing pains, so that way that MSP didn't have to, right? That same concept. I may have lost you there. I'm sorry. I'm throwing.
Well, I just,
fast
yeah, I just
conversation.
don't, I don't see how we do that and get to, being able to support these here on January 1st. Like, I don't,
So right now, January 1st, if calls start going to you guys, users
yeah,
are going to be trained and told that this is for IT support things like, the SOP and P will
okay.
clearly define what those things are. Because the same
So
SOP
where,
and P that you guys will use for training on is the same one, the
yeah,
same SOP and P that's getting put in front of the clients to say, hey, this is how support works.
right. So where are those?
All right.
Where,
So going back to it again, I got to get them done. This is the admin pipeline one, and I don't have it completely done yet. Well, the flow's in here, but this is what one looks like filled out. And let me go back here. We're creating them right. This concept came up in Q3 of this year, and I'm just now getting to the point where I'm getting them documented and created. So I know this was needed. This
okay,
is my approach to this problem right here, and I've been testing it with a couple of my clients as far as having. Really kind of started a little bit before that. The reason why I started doing this is because I want to train AI. I'm tired of having to re-explain everything to AI
right,
and
sure,
really blah blah blah. So by
right, sure.
creating these solid SOP and Ps, I'm training AI better to help me. Hey, give me a letter to explain this to this user. It's just so much easier now. So, yeah, I'm getting a few of the SOPs and Ps done. I need to do. I'm doing an SOP and P
Right.
on what the SOP and P manager is. So the SOP and P manager is the three folders, and then the completed one, as the document gets put in there, you also have to go to the actual list app and put the shit that's in that document in there. I know it's all manual right now; it's kind of all over the place. It makes sense, and we'll be able to automate it once. If we get it working and it actually makes sense and we get all the bugs kicked out of it as far as the workflow goes, we can automate everything after that. Trying to automate it now without knowing what the true thing is yet, that automation comes after for me. I figure out get it quality, get the results that I want consistently, and then I look at it, how can we automate this and make it simpler? That is usually what goes much quicker than trying to figure out how to automate something quickly and then put it together. Good luck with that.
Right. So, so say somebody from, like, okay, so say someone from Wegman were to call today and say, I answer that call. It's a user who needs help with
They can't
something.
print. They can't print.
They can't print. So my first step is, where's my first, at first I'm going to the line of business
So
list.
we need to have a device. I would say the device manager should have all the devices listed in it. Now, this client's device manager does not.
Okay.
This other client does not have a device manager, so I need to have a device manager for each client that has all of the assets in it, along with their IP addresses and everything, for support to understand what all devices are in the environment. So, a device manager app in SharePoint.
Okay. And so then there would be a link there to get to the RMM where we could remote control or something.
Yeah. So, as far as the technicians go, I
Yeah.
want them all to have access to. They'll all get access to our environment. And we started creating, the last time we met, I don't know if you remember, we started creating this page.
Okay.
If they need to get to the MSP manager, the PSA,
Mm-hmm.
the
Right.
backups, if they need to get to the RMM, if they need to get to this. If they want to go to a tech plan, they just click on one of these. It takes them straight to the client tech plan. So if your users have access to this page right here, and this page will take
Okay.
them to a device manager, each client has a tech plan here, and there's going to be a workforce management app, a device management app. Let's see, what else would there need to be? LOB apps and services will let you know what's licensed and what's out there. What else would you need?
Yeah, so we would need, so the LOB apps and services would tell us, basically it's a description of what they do, but also where we go to access, like, so there'll be access to like the management portals for those types of things, credentials.
Yeah, so if they need access to that stuff, and some of this is going to have to get built out over time. So there may be a matter that comes up, and hey, we needed access to this thing, we didn't have access to it. Well, now that's escalated to me because the technician couldn't do what they were doing. I want to stop that from happening. You don't want that happening. I don't want that happening. So as those things arise, we need to have your technicians understand that they have access to every tech plan. And this is me testing this out because I don't know what this will look like yet. And this is why I think it's important for us to work with one of your guys, because we have 2 profiles for each client. Right now, there's definitely the admin is already there. But if we do this technician idea that we were talking about, I did it for AP Schweitzer. So this is a technician's profile. They would be able to access this.
AP Schweitzer calls, I answer. Somebody can't print. I can hold this page up.
You should be able to. If somebody calls and they can't print, I would think, hey, is this printer, connected, or is this a network printer? If they can't answer that question, you can remote on their computer and take a look and see for yourself the printer that they're trying to print to. It'll give you an idea of where to go from there.
I would do that by logging into Enable.
Correct. So if you're at the service desk,
launch the remote.
You'd be here, and you'd have to come up here to the RMM, and this would take them straight to. And I don't know if they would need a crash course. I'm not a big fan of the default view here. I like to see everything. Wish I could make this like the default view. You probably can. I just haven't had time to mess with it enough. Yeah, and I don't know what all this red shit is. I probably need to get in here and do some maintenance. Yeah. But this is the RMM.
Right. So from here we can remote control.
Correct.
So we can figure. I can see what the printer is, what it's doing. Work through it. Get it done. We get it done. I'm doing what with this thing? So I'm wanting to document it on my side.
So
you're wanting it documented.
So you guys
in your PSA?
Yeah. So I have the PSA. If you guys really want to get away from using it, we can discuss that.
Either way, I definitely want it in my PSA. If you want it in this one as well, then that's fine. We just need to have it now.
Yeah, I want you to end up owning this environment. I don't I want to switch it over to your guys's, so that way that'll change how the billing works right now, right? But part of this is that we start filling this in with clients that qualify for the MTP. And to qualify, that means that, the account manager, whoever owns the relationship that's providing the technology to that company, whoever should own that relationship, that's the most important piece. But after that, if they're qualified for the MTP, then the MTP takes over. Who's the best account manager for this? Like, you may own the relationship, meaning, keep that relationship. You're the account manager. You're the relationship manager. But the actual VCIO that's working with that client, doing the sessions and doing all the work, it may not be whoever the account manager is. Like Jay. Jay has some accounts that desperately need better management, but because of politics and the way things are right now, it's just, that's all they have is Jay. And until we figure out how to move forward, now Jay is working with me to let me manage those accounts, and he's still billing them for that provided portion of the tech stack, and we're figuring that out right now. But Jay's in survival mode. Which I did want to take a moment to talk about, because I'm trying to convince him to let you guys take calls for all of our tech plans, including his, and let us be the escalations and on-site company, people for you guys. Because what I'm trying to do is create teams and make sure that we have work flowing and getting consistently done through whatever team's managing what. I'd like to learn more about. I'd like to be part of your team. Like, I don't want to be a full time employee, but I'd like to be like every company that's in my list, and I would even say in Jay's list. There's a good portion of Jay's list that, like, I am working for those companies. I'm involved. I take it personal. I want to see them succeed. And I would say Summit would be like top three relationships if this actually happens. And we'd have to get. I would hope that we'd be spending quality time together each quarter, whether it's doing sessions and training and getting our workforce aligned and having like building this system out, and then having great people, understanding their skill sets and assigning them to the right places in the team based off their schedule and their needs and blah 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 blah. Alan hates. He's not a morning person. He'd rather come in at 10 o'clock every day. I made it to where he only came in at 8:30 on 2 days out of the week. The rest of the week, coming at 10. We can cover the rest of the time. We are building the workforce. We want to make sure we're giving them what they need because we want them to do a great job while they're here. Money's not everything, right? So, device manager, SOP&P, for service desk. Now,
right. So,
SLAs. Let's talk. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, so the SLA, I kind of want to know what your SLAs are so I can, build that in here. They're starting a board, so I'm gonna.
Oh shit!
Have to go, but why don't can you start giving me access to this? Assume I'm the technician.
Yes, you're the gatekeeper.
Access to this stuff. Yes,
absolutely. So you're the gatekeeper. We're going to train you first. We're going to get you access to everything you need first. You're going to be the proof. And once you are a believer and you think you can do this, then if you want to open up to the whole team, that's great. I still, if we work together, I'd like you to trust me and work with me to build out the structure for you guys. So that way we can really let's make this thing a reality. Let's make this a national company. Let's bring you. If we do this right, you're going to have a plethora of work and be working on projects, and we're going to be hiring more technicians. It's going to get big and beautiful if we do what I'm trying to get us to do. I would like us to get a beautiful place downtown on the river and have a gorgeous office to go into and be doing incredible work for people and travel the world. Let's make this happen. That's what I'm after.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're after, for sure.
Awesome.
So, but yeah, we are kind of running short here, so we do have to kind of start trying,
Well, let's meet.
I think kind of working through. So if you can, maybe create some accounts that I can access some of this stuff, and we can kind of go through some trial and
I want you to be able to do it from your identity. So your identity will have access to the tech. I'm going to add you to the tech stacks and things of that nature. So let's meet before Wednesday if we can. Let's try to squeeze in an extra session if we can before next Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll hit you up Friday.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
See you. Hey, my Miller. Well, I really appreciate that, my guy. Let me do this. What do you think, Winston? Are we going to make this happen by January 1st? All right. Yo, what's up, chat? Well, that's what she said. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, I just saw your text. What you got?
My text.
You said you have another issue. Call you when I get a chance.
That was like yesterday or 2 days ago text.
That was Monday. Oh shit! Yeah, I thought I said today. It says Monday. God. Okay. Have a great day.
No problem.
Yep. Talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Sagar Gohil and I'm an engineer with Azure Identity Chat team. Today I'm going to show you how IT admins can enable and configure Azure Active Directory self-service password reset and what the self-service password reset process looks like for an end user. This feature will allow users to reset their password if they have lost or forgotten their password and are unable to directory free and password write back. We require Azure Active Directory Premium P1 or a P2 license. Remember, this is a per user license model, so you will need to assign a value. So without any further delay for the Active Directory, look at the option password reset. Under the properties tab, we can either select individual groups or we can enable self-service password reset feature for all the users. Once we have made the selection, click on save. Now let us navigate to authentication methods. Here admins have option to choose number of authentication methods required for end users while resetting the password. We can choose one or two methods as required. The methods selected here will be available to end users while performing self-service password reset. I'm going to choose email along with mobile phone. Click on save. Another important feature we have in the portal is notifications. Here we can configure if you'd like to notify the users or the admins if the password for the user accounts were reset. I click on yes for the admins and click on save. Last but not the least, we have an option to control password write back feature. If we have deployed password write back while installing Azure AD Connect, we can control whether or not this feature can be enabled. If this is set to no, the federated or the synchronized user will not be able to reset or change their password even if the password write back feature is configured in Azure AD Connect. We can change these settings anytime. Once we have completed the setup from the admin end, let's look at it from the end user side as to how it works. On the first logon, after self-service password reset is enabled for the user will be prompted to complete.
You know. Morning.
Good morning.
So, give me a second here. You want to say anything?
Huh? You said you
Uh-huh.
needed a minute.
Yeah, I thought I said something after that. My bad. So, what's going on, big guy?
Not much. Just getting, gonna get things updated and
Well, Kevin couldn't meet during our regular time and asked me to, 7 o'clock this morning, which we did. I should have emailed you last night or texted you last night to tell you, but it was late, and this morning, I figured you wouldn't have been able to get there anyway. But it is in the. I don't know if you know how to access it, but we're gonna go over that here in a minute. Let me get a new drink. I'm gonna show you everything. Are you distraction free, or can you be distraction free for the next 30 minutes?
yep.
All right, get situated. I'm gonna use the restroom, grab a drink. I'll be back. All right. How was your trip? How was your holiday? You're muted, boss.
Yeah, I'm back.
How was your trip?
Yeah. A bit too long.
Is it actually warm down there right now?
Yeah, it was 70s, high 70s all week.
Is anybody going to be down here on Christmas?
Yep.
Need to find something to do. All right. So yeah, I had a session with Kevin. I told him I want January 1st. The 3 tech plans that I'm managing are going to be routed to his service desk. And if that's doable, let's make that happen. And between now and then, wherever it falls is where it falls. I'm going to take the budget from workstations and backups of the worksheets. We're going to split that up between Summit and the tech plans. You guys should not be getting any more calls. Now, with that being said, what is your plan? Because is it just the 3 tech plans going over there, or do we want to do all of them? Are you wanting to get calls off your plate as well? Or what's your plan? What's your move here?
We are going to reach out in the next, hopefully 3 days, with every gatekeeper, let them know that our rates are going up to $75 a workstation, and we're shifting back their Microsoft bill to them. And it'll increase revenue, and in that $75, that'll cover on-site.
If it's for the workstation.
Or any other covered. I mean, if it's network, if they're paying for network, then network's covered. If they're paying for cameras, then cameras are covered.
So essentially what you're doing is whatever's within the budget for their provided services will be covered under that budget. If it's outside of the provided, you'll bill for it.
Right.
I mean, it's the MTP is very practical and it gives you a way to explain things clearly. But, you know, without the MTP, if you're just, you know, there's a difference between having the structure that multiple people will understand and can use versus all I did was explain to you in MTP language of what you're doing. I mean, if I would have had this built 15 years ago, we'd be so much further by now. But I didn't. Here we are. Here we go. Now, since PCS has a tech plan, does that tech plan want to be managed by the MTP framework? And are you part of the Navicore family, or are you an independent provider? How do you want to move forward?
We're open to either, but it looks like you guys might be heading towards Summit.
Well, don't say you guys. The only reason why I'm talking to them is because of you, right?
Right.
You told me that's where you were going. Is that? What are your thoughts on building a brand together, or would you rather keep yourself independent?
I'm open to it. I just don't. I mean, I want to be on equal ground and not be subservient to another company.
Well,
I mean,
so there's a difference between power over and power to. Does that make sense?
yeah.
So the MTP is built to give power to, not to have power over. We want you to own what's yours. Think of it being a gym. You go to the gym to sign up for it. Are you subservient to that gym membership?
No.
No. That gym membership, they're going to tell you what you should do. It's up to you whether you follow the recommendations and and it's your body. It's been that way forever. It's just the way you feel because of the way you frame things. I am trying to give power to. You're afraid of there being power over. So let that sink in, let that digest, and understand that everything I'm trying to do is to give power to, not put power over. Now, when we have a body part that we're sharing, okay, and like identical twins, I guess, may have this issue. I don't know. It's a rare thing, whatever. But if they're both fighting and one of them is going to walk away with that limb and one of them is going to walk away without that limb, you know, are we doing it for selfish reasons, or are we looking at, hey, listen, like, you're the one that really likes sports. You should have the fucking extra leg. I don't need that leg. I need my arms. Like, so, like, again, whatever it is, like the data center. You own that data center, but nobody else knows how to manage it other than me because I put it together. I'm willing to train others, but nobody has the time or the aspiration to even do that. Like, do you know anybody that wants to take over the management of that stack?
No, and I mean, at this point,
It's
wouldn't be worth
yeah, it's
somebody's time to.
going out the door, right? And what we can do from this is learn. Now, I never once tried to treat the data center as if it was mine. I treated it as if it belonged to every tech plan that uses it, and I wanted to keep it solid. I was managing it because I was managing it in a way that wasn't for me. It was for everybody that uses it, to keep it secure and safe and make sure everybody had the resources and there wasn't, like, there's a lot going on there. It's a headache. A valuable one if you manage it well. Anyway, bottom line is you're open to things, and that's great. But I think one of the issues that I've learned, and there's different types of people out there. You're not the only one like this, so don't take this wrong. But you are not very, like, making a decision and sticking to something is probably difficult for you. At least it feels that way. Maybe that's all on me and the way I am. I don't know. But making a decision and taking a path and being confident in that just seems like it's not something I've had a lot of experience with you with. So what do you need to feel confident to make? Because right now it's happening. If you're open to it to where it falls on your lap and things just go your way, great. But what I see happening right now is it just doesn't feel like it's going the way either of us want it to go. So I don't know what to say. What do you need to get online? I'm going to show you what we're doing for AWA and Brandycore. I'm trying to help you by giving you this framework to work in and show you that the clients actually, whether it's Ben or whether it's Brandycore, like, look at the gap there, look at the diversity there. Very small company, still small company, but Brandycore is not nothing to sneeze at, right? How much money do you think they're doing a year?
Yeah, none of that matters. I mean, it's apples and oranges. They don't do labor; they do management. So, I mean,
Well, they also own properties. They also do construction. There's a lot that they do,
right.
and there's multiple entities there. And for governance, all governance is hey, document how everything's laid out. Like, make a simple document how everything's laid out and who has access to what, and make it logical and secure. That's all it is. So LOB apps and services, the device manager, the workforce manager, the little apps that we've built, these are not IT department apps. This is administration. We go to a company, a small business, and every small business we have needs an administrative department. Administration are the ones that keep things aligned, organized, and provide the direction of the company. Like, they're the administration. They're the ones with the vision. They're the ones taking the company somewhere. They're the ones making sure everybody knows what's supposed to do and where things are supposed to go. Companies don't have an IT department, nor do they have an administrative department. the master tech plan currently, in order to provide an IT department to a company, you have to have an administration department, so that way we know how the fuck to set up your tech plan. If you don't have an administrative department, well, guess what? We're going to give you one. That's if they see the value in it and are willing to pay for it. So we give them an admin team site. We give them an admin pipeline to work from. And we have an admin team that has bylaws on how we work as a team to ensure the company's moving in the right direction. That's essentially what Navicore is becoming, at least based off my chats with AI and what I'm building. That's what it's becoming organically. Would you align with that or agree with that, or what are your thoughts?
Yep. Point out, the issues are going to be scale. Like, how do you scale it faster? How do you make money? Right now, is Brandy Corp going to continue? Is there a stopping point when, they don't need as 5 hours a month? They get an hour a month?
Well, I think what you're going to learn is that unless they adopt it to the point where they're taking over the admin pipeline and they have a new, like right now, we're the gatekeeper of it because they don't even know what it is or how it works. And once we get them trained on it and they take over that plan, regardless, they're going to be evolving over time, and technology is going to change over time. We're constantly, like, as long as that business is there, and now that they have their departments clearly written out because they have an admin team now that came in, an admin department that put it together and says, hey, here's our structure, here's who we are, here's how we do things, here's our standard operating procedures and policies. Now that they have an administrative team and a trained department on this, an added layer to give them clarity, like we're adding things to take things away. That doesn't sound logical, maybe, I don't know, but to me it makes complete sense. So as it's a moving target, what I'm trying to get at here is your IT department's always going to be there. They're always going to have matters and objectives to deal with, period. If you have a company, you have an administrative team. Now, do we need to be, like, you're right. We use the how fast do you want to get there? That's what your budget will be. That's at the beginning. Yes, I agree with that, and that is part of the roadmap. But we're going to find a phase that I believe that we're going to fall into is where, you're right, we've hit that desired state of operations to where now we have our departments clearly labeled. We have SOP and P on how we do things. That way we can train AI, and AI can train our new users and our new customers. Even onboarding's easier now. Everything's easier now because we're using technology to do what we do. That's what I'm building. And that's what I want to share with everybody and let them see the way I see things. The best way to do that, Jay, is to make sure Navicore, the one that's bringing this to everybody, has their shit together and has their master version of all of this locked in. So I have to have, let's go over it. We lead by example. We are our own best showroom. Some of these principles that I've been using are still here because they are locked in and they're solid. Oh, come here, you. No, you can see my screen, right? So when I first start my day, I'm an employee of Navicore. Everybody that works for the company should land on a page that everybody lands on the same page when we start our day. That's in the 26 MTP. That is the end game. That's the goal here. So we should be able to show that. This is the page that shows up when I first open up my browser. Now, the structure needs to be team site is being managed and supported by the admin team site. Unless they're small or onboarding, they just have a team site. Now, moving forward in the future, I didn't do this with Allwall. In fact, Allwall is the one that gave me this vision and improved the MTP. We're always going to start with an admin team site. The goal of that admin team site is to build the team site together as the first. It's not the first objective. The first objective is to say, yes, we want an administrative team and make sure that's a solid. Yes, we want an admin team site so we can work on things together and have a pipeline to start tracking things and getting shit done. That needs to happen right off the rip. And one of those objectives that are in there is build a team site for everybody to access, and it needs to be able to give them announcements and news, and that's where we start communicating through. All I'm saying is, Jay, we have the scale. How do we grow this? How do we make it scalable? All that stuff. That's by us living and leaning into it and leading by example. So, got my team site here. I'm going to work on my admin team stuff, so I'm going to go to the admin team site, and then from here, I should be able to go to the apps section and get to my admin pipeline. What's this objective activity? Oh, I'm making an app for notes. This is part, we were talking about service desk. This was in our last conversation. That's part of that whole setup. Still working on this. It's something I'm working on. SOP&P Manager. Coming up with an app to make sure that when we develop an SOP&P, so we're developing in the folders, and once we have one and it gets moved to completed, it should be simple for us to then take because there's only 5. If you look at let me go back to this real quick. This is the template for filling out an SOP&P. It has 5. No, this isn't it. God damn it. It's under development. Here's our template. It's only got 5 sections. Title, who's responsible for it, and then give us an overview, resource, and flow. Overview is the scope and the purpose of the system that we're building this SOP for in a summary format, meaning it's just a few paragraphs. So it's going to tell us what it's for, what's in scope. Resources lists out all the parts that make that system run. It's not just it's who, what, when, where, all that stuff. What are the resources? And then the flow. Walk us through it. So if this is the hiring process, walk us through what that looks like from start to finish. If this is the overall SOP&P for the whole thing. Every system and subsystem should have an SOP&P. It's company, departments and subdepartments, then systems and subsystems, and then functions. That's the model. That's all it is. That's administration. Make sure that we have all that documented and clearly made up for the whole organization. So by taking this form, let me show you what one looks like when it's filled out, because I got one here for the admin pipeline. So this is what it looks like when it's filled out. All right, just 5 sections, but you fill them in depth. The overview, like I said, it's just a few paragraphs here that are in a summary format, explains what the system is and what it's for. The resources, it talks about the overall, what all includes. This has the initiatives list, and the fields of that list, the objectives list and the fields of that list, and the fields should tell you kind of like the rules around it to some degree. And then the action items list and its fields. And then it talks about the admin team and how we meet in sessions to put things into the admin pipeline. And then we go into, or talks about the admin team and then the admin sessions. And then we get into the flow. And this walks you through. And I'm still working on this part. I got to go through here and make this solid. But you capture it in sessions or through the updates email. And then we have a gatekeeper assigned to these that watches this one. That's part of their job. They come in at the beginning of the day. They make sure that all the areas are good. Okay, now they can go do their manager time. Their job, that is part of their manager time. Now they move on to another part of their manager time, which is working on clients or whatever else it is. They're trying to get everything done that they're supposed to do, so that way they can free up as much maker time as they can. And then go to the admin pipeline. Find out what we have for you in the maker time. It gives everybody direction, and especially if we're putting stuff in there, giving them what to work on when they have free time. So when you see them sitting there goofing off, but everything's being done, and you see things moving on things from maker time, like we can actually see if they're actually working on, if they're just doing their manager time and then fucking off the rest of the time, or are they doing their manager time and now with their maker time we're actually feeding that with valuable shit for us that we need to get done, which is something that we've always said we'll do eventually, but are we doing it? I don't think we are. So again, we can tell them, hey, we don't mind you guys fucking off a little bit. I mean, we want you to enjoy your work and be able to bullshit with each other and have fun while you're here, as long as shit's getting done. and you're managing your time well. I guess what I'm trying to say is I want to make sure that we have a culture where people are wanting to get this shit done because they see the benefits in it. And it's like a game. Like even Sean being excited to knock out his objectives, because when he has his objectives done, we go over them. We tell him, hey, man, that's awesome. That's great work. We actually see you have capability to do this now. So we're going to make sure we put something in your roadmap that allows you to do this. It's learning how to lead and be efficient. So SOP and Ps are huge. It's like a big component of this, and that's what I'm putting a lot of my time into right now, is getting these SOP and Ps done, because Wegman Company is adopting these. Another thing I'm working on right now, Jay, that's on the admin pipeline and SOP and P side. Any questions on any of that before I move into the sessions?
Nope.
All right. For sessions, this is going to be under the account management team. So obviously we have, I'm not sure if you're familiar with all the apps that we have here, but we have the client org app, and every client org we do business with or talk to, or even our own business should be in here. Every organization that we even have a potential, we have a prospective call, like where we're just seeing if they're interested in what we do, or asking them how they run things in their organization. Like, the sales and marketing for this is going to be so easy, because we can do cold calls to say, hey, listen, we have this really awesome system. We believe we have the right way of running an admin team, and we want to see how you guys run yours. Can we review that to get there's AI will come up with cool ways to ask these questions, but we're going to be able to find foots in the door asking things that have nothing to do with technology that will show us what we need to see and give us so much information, because now we see the big picture of how everything's connected. So make sure that you put them in here, because what's going to happen is if they're not in this list, they won't work in the other apps, such as the session manager I'm developing right now. I think the sessions actually are really strong, and they actually hold a lot of value. And to solidify them and make them even more concrete and consistent, we should be sending out hey, here's what we're talking about in this session. And then after the session, they should get an email saying, hey, this is how things went. We actually knocked out what we said we were going to talk about, and these are the new things that we need to talk about. Prepare for next week. Like, something simple, something minimal. It needs to be a smooth flow. So on Mondays, part of my job is to come in here and fill this out before the session starts. Now, the way we do that is I created a view here under upcoming that gives us everything that's now moving forward. So I don't want to see all the past stuff. I just want to see what's coming up next. And this shows me all the sessions that I have in here so far for what's coming up next. Brandycore, I sent them an email yesterday, didn't I?
Yep.
Did they reply? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be a no, seeing how it's 10 o'clock and it's supposed to start in an hour, but I'm going to call them real quick just to make sure. See? It's already giving me reminding me of shit to do. This app's going to be super awesome, especially when they all talk together.
Hey, Joseph.
Morning, Matt. Hey, I know it was late notice last night, but did you see my email?
Yeah, I did see that. To be honest, I was going to talk to Kate about it, and I haven't had a chance yet this morning. I can't do it today. I got so much other stuff going on.
Awesome.
But I don't know if she's able to or not.
Yeah, and you and I aligned on not making her gatekeeper yet. That's something for us to strive towards, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be one of the focus. Like, that's something for us to focus and work on. And I'm going to put that in the pipeline. But yeah, just want to, if you can, do you want to reach out to her? Or do you want me to reach out to her to see if she wants to do it today? Do you want?
Well, I know. I'm going to call with her at 10 o'clock. So I know we'll be. But after the meeting, after that call, I'll talk to her and tell her to get back to you.
Yeah, just text me. Let me know. Either way, I'm open for it. I just know that it totally hit me when she was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, oh shit, she wasn't here for the first handful.
Yeah.
Like so. And I don't even know if you. I don't know how much we went over objectives versus matters and how important it is to qualify work coming in. But like those first few sessions, like, she needs catch up. So that's all this is. That's all I was reaching out for, is if she wants to catch up. If not, no harm. We'll see you next week.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks, Matt. Have a good day.
All right. You too. See you.
All right. So, yeah, not sure if this one's going to happen. But after that, this one actually, I should probably make it real, make it align with what it's supposed to. Come on, you. Yeah, he was flying out this morning to go to some convention or some shit. Yeah, so that should not show up here. Oh, I guess it's because it's today. Yeah, anything today will show up. I wonder if I can make it down to time. I'll have to ask GPT. Anyway. I'm sure you can. I just don't know if I want to do all that coding. The reason is because I want to see them in order, and I want them to only show me what, like, I want to see what my next one is when I look at this upcoming view. Oh, well, I guess I did it backwards. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So after that one, we have Brandy Core, which might be at 11. If not, this will get moved to the next one. And I'm manually putting these in here as I go. So, like Monday, add the date and time. I'll look at the previous ones, and I've brought over all the transcripts and AI notes from each one here. See that?
Yep.
Now, how can this be useful? If I export this to a CSV and dump this into AI, and let's do that first. Let's kick it out to my desktop. I need to clean my desktop up. It's time to purge. Alright, if I come in here and I go to my Navicore Tech Plan, start a new conversation, go in here and grab my Yep, that's my session manager. Now, if I narrowed it down to do a filter and then send it just the client I want to talk about, it'd be more, but I just dump the whole thing in there and I'll see what it says. For Brandy Core's next session, what should we discuss based off the session manager upload? And this Navicore thing's trained on the MTP, and it knows all my conversations. Like it knows what I'm working on currently, kind of like. And again, remember, keep everything surface level. If you want to get deep with something, don't expect AI. Like, you really have to be there with AI to go deep into things. But surface level, it's great, especially with where we are with the documentation of today. Review the document. This is where I get pissed off. Now remember, if we have, like, I'm getting it filled out and I'm starting to do it, but it's just one person doing it right now. If everybody wants to get the benefit of the MTP apps that we're building, it can't be one person putting everything. Like, we all have to be using it in order for it to, like, I can't be the only one using these systems and putting stuff in here to get the benefits of it, if that makes sense.
Right, and that's where the headwind is all your partners have multiple other jobs and hats. This is your 100% focus. And
Well, no, that's not fair. I know it's only 3 clients, but I have 8 service groups that all 3 clients are pretty much all of them are using 5 to 8 of each. That's 15 to 20 service items across 3 businesses that I have to manage and keep up to date. Phone systems, I am doing. I know it's only 3 clients, but I'm doing all that on top of this, if that makes sense. I guess it's not. I don't like. And I get what you're trying to say, and you're right, because I'm in it. I'm the one developing it, and this is what I spend most of my time on, my maker time. Like everybody else, there. If we using the terminology of the MTP to help us communicate more clearly, they're all stuck in manager time constantly. Even when they do their maker time, the way they're doing it is so reactive to where it's just they don't have a difference between maker time and manager time, right?
right.
What we're trying to do is give them the concept of this maker time versus manager time. And when you start thinking of it that way, that alone will start making you see your time and start thinking of ways to, condense that manager time to free up some maker time. And the best way to condense that is to stop having everything come across your plate be right now to do. Like, if it only takes you 2 minutes to do the thing, do the goddamn thing. I agree with that 1,000%. Don't leave shit straggling that can take just a few minutes to knock out. And a lot of times, even if I'm on a call, give me a second, I'll get that done real quick. But if it's something that can be kicked to a conveyor belt that will get done consistently, and that's what we're doing. We're building all these conveyor belts that sometimes somebody might throw something on that conveyor belt, and they're like, hey, I didn't get the result. It didn't go through production, and I didn't get my end result. I'm using your system. Well, have we all adopted it, or are we all using it consistently right now? If not, then yeah, it's jerking and pulling, and like things aren't going smooth. We have to have a checklist. And that's not going to be handed to us. We got to create that checklist. How do we do that? How do we organize everything? We got to start somewhere. So 5 years from now might be when all the tech plans finally have an admin pipeline. We see it now. We understand it now. And it's not the thing we should be pushing people towards. What we're good at is IT delivery and making sure their tech stack is solid, and we can sell them on that easily. We're learning how to use that service to highlight, hey, I need a list of your users for this, or hey, what's all the different apps that you use? Make sure, why are you guys using Dropbox instead of OneDrive? Like, we're going to start seeing things that normal SPs would see and be like, well, it's not our job, and walk away from it. We're saying, well, that's highlighting something that we have a business that solves problems for. Like, we start using that information. So I think everybody will be happier when we have a playbook to actually play from.
Right. Yeah, I think it's just we're approaching this from 3 or 4 different directions and needs. This is your livelihood, and right now
it's not my livelihood, because I have to remind myself that my clients are not paying me for administrative department right now. Like, the ones that are paying VCIO are paying VCIO for me to manage their tech plan and their tech stack, and to keep it as up to date and organized and cost effective as I can within that budget. That's all they're paying for. So helping them get their administration team cleaned up, getting their departments listed out, getting their SOP and Ps created, and doing all this stuff. This is over the top. This is not part of the product yet. going into 26 MTP, we're going to be asking them to continue investing their time into building out the administrative department portion of the MTP. But it's not part of what they're paying us for. And we got to make sure that that's clear to them. Every conversation, every session, or every review, if there's an opportunity for me to make that point, I make it. Not to show, hey, I'm not getting paid for this. To show them that, hey, we're both investing into this right now. Your time sitting here, my time sitting here is solving a common problem to get this done. So I'm not getting paid to do this. Even for you, Cincy PCS, who has let their site, not that you intentionally did it, but there's nobody there managing your guys' SharePoint environment anymore. I didn't want to manage both yours and mine with the way we were doing business. But now with the framework and to do it truly how it's supposed to be, just like I told Kevin this morning, he came to the conclusion, told me I don't have an administrative department and I could use one. I feel like that was a true breakthrough revelation that he had on that call. Like, this would actually be helpful for me to have this for us. He's like, but I don't need all 12 guys in here. I was like, if I have an app for one of my clients right now, do you think I'm just letting their whole workforce see their system? Like, no, there's governance here, just like there would be for a client. Like, you would be able to see the admin pipeline and those that you trust in your organization to see your admin pipeline. Who's your admin team? It's like, that's a good question. Like, I'm on to something, I'm telling you. This is simple shit.
I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't think you were on to something. But
Well, we gotta do something, Jay. And I wouldn't be on this meeting if I didn't think there was potential for you to be a part of this. I'd be gone. Your place in this is get out of the weeds and look at each one of these clients. They have tech plans. Some of them may even have multiple tech plans that you're supporting. Think about all of that extra value you're adding to them. And the more we continue doing things the way we do them, even you right now, you told me you're going to go and start reaching out to all your gatekeepers because we got to do this, like blah, 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 blah. I can go pull for my Cora's tenant, the CTP manager that probably has all the accurate information with the gatekeepers. And we can use some of that work from that because it's not built out in the new environment yet. And I don't want you putting all of your clients in this environment. I want you to go through them and say, hey, these are the ones that we need to focus on. Because I don't think you're going to be able to get everybody done by the end of the year. So to have a session focused on you, to put time into you, to build out and get your tech plans, like this is something I've been doing in the past. I'm still here willing to do it now and not charge you for it because I need you to get up to par to help make this thing kick off, because you and your 40 tech plans would make this a lot, it would show a lot more equity than just me showing up with my 3 clients. You, Alan, and myself working as a team as opposed to dueling opposites, that's what I'm saying. And I don't know if there's legal issues, I don't know. I want to make sure we're protecting ourselves, but we need to every client's a tech plan. You provide reactive support, and yeah, let's figure out how you can be the provider to provide that kind of support to, a few hundred tech plans. Because I think Kevin's willing to, like, if we do this, every tech plan needs to be managed the same. And they all need to be categorized. And only those that are doing active sessions should go into the MTP platform with Enable and all that. And it needs to be the premium service that we all push clients towards. The PSA and the RMM is clean. It needs to be built to model just like what I said. It needs to be able to categorize who owns what client and the way we break down how the budget gets broken down for each client. Make sure everybody's bills are paid. Make sure that that we can get paid. You know how hard it is for me to start getting a paycheck? I hate this shit. I can't just draw money from my account and pull it into my personal account. I gotta wait for a fucking paycheck to show up. I'm getting paid through payroll now, and like I'm have to make a lot of changes, and I'm happy. I'm embracing it because I know doing it right, it's going to get me further. So, how do we do this right? Where do you want to be in this picture? And what do you want to be doing as part of just? Can you imagine Navicore or the Master Tech Plan or whatever it is being this big national company that has advertising and shit and true engineers and teams, and because we're all like, that's where it's headed. Where do you want to be at when we're building all that? When it's at that level, what does your day-to-day look like? You have a calendar full of meetings. Are you going to be sitting there preaching to people on how to do shit? Or are you just going to sit down and have a coffee with them and make sure they're happy? What do you want to be doing? What kind of work?
I mean, I can't commit to 20 meetings per week.
So
And
that I hear a lot of fear around being tied to a calendar. Someone that's free and has freedom, you don't want to lose that, right?
right.
Well,
And
the problem is in order for there to be real value and you did already the disciplined work that got you to where you are today. In order to grow to the next level and to get, maybe you don't want to grow to the next level, maybe you're happy where you are, then I would say, yeah, it's probably not a good fit. And that's probably why we have so much, because you're, content with where you are and there's no need to drive or push. Yeah, I know that part of me says, Joe, just fucking stop. Like, you literally could be working 10 hours a week and still making really good money and not have to do anything else until one of your clients leave or something. You're set. But yeah, I don't want to do that. I like doing this. So I keep my Mondays and my Fridays open. Mondays is my maker time to prepare for the 3-day rush that I put myself in. I try to squeeze as many meetings and make sure that it's aligned. Even my maker time that I put in here, like yesterday, I put an anchor time into the service desk before today's session and a time into the data center anchor. And I've been sticking to these and getting work done on these things. And I just progress every week. So I put my maker time, my manager time, if I have manager stuff to do that, really, this is manager time. I need to change this up. My maker time is anything that's empty on my calendar. That automatically equals maker time. So I'm trying to fill in this with manager time as much as possible. So it's either a session or it's me managing a pipeline. Reviews, sessions, and service desk. Those are the only 3 ways people can work with us. You can set up a wellness check with the service desk. You can schedule a review, whether it's an ad hoc review over a certain thing that we need to look over together. If it's a review, it's free. It doesn't count towards your budget, right? Like, we review things. Reviewing things is part of what we do, and we're not going to charge for that. It's when we're providing value. Sessions. I shouldn't say we're not charging for reviews. I got to quit saying that. Reviews are only for us to review something. We're not providing any value. Sessions is where we're teaching and training and helping them, and that's where the real value comes in. So sessions should be part of the billable, what we consider their budget for right now. So if they have 5, they're paying $2,500 a month. They get, a weekly admin session, whether it's a single admin or the admin team. They get a quarterly admin session, a quarterly team session, where the admin session is built to help the review and the team session at the end of the quarter. Like, that's the big picture thing. Yeah. So the session manager, and I thought about making it just a account manager, app and put all reviews and sessions in here. And I might still do that, but right now I was like, no, let's just focus on sessions. Let's get good at sending them something before and after and have it locked in for 2026. So that's where I'm at. Did I cover SOP and P with you?
Yep.
Yep. So okay, let's see what she says. I like how it says that the budgeting gaps every early stage CTP must confront, because it's right. Like, for a business to do it right, they've always been trying to do it at the cheapest level, cutting every corner they can. That's how they've treated IT. And now we're coming to them saying, hey, we're going to do the structure and do this right, and it's going to cost you X. And they're going to be like, oh my God, this is overpriced. I can't, like, we got to explain to them that there's actually, you'll save money by doing it right, if that makes sense. But I don't know if it does. Like they're going to have that. Okay, so
You said you met with them the other day?
I talked to Mary the other day. Or no, we had a session. Or no, we didn't have a session. Did we just talk on the phone? What was that? That was last week. Yeah, was that a phone call? It may have just been a brief phone call. Yeah. I wanted to ask her about... Jesus Christ, I'm having a complete blank right now. Where is all...
At 11:25.
Where is their next one? Why is this one on Thursday? Shit, now I'm really fucking lost. Yeah, this was just you and I in that session. I'll get to... Oh, here we go. When's their next session supposed to be? I'm assuming it's the 10th. No, it's the 9th. Yeah, 10 a.m. So, what I wanted to do is, if I filter this down, what do I have? 2. Yeah, I think this is a fuck up. I do plan on having this feed from the actual calendar at some point. We're just not there yet. Yeah, that's better. So these are the last 3 sessions that we've had. And I know...
What's going on with Jesse? Or to the timeline?
Where do you see that at?
In the notes, I'm at 11:25.
Yeah, this was the last session that we had, and you couldn't be there. Okay, I remember that. Was that last week? Did I have a session with her last week? I think... My God, I'm so fucking lost right now. So we did meet last week. Yeah, so... Jesus Christ. 11:25 was last week, not the week before last. Alright, that's where I was confused. So I did talk to her. We had a session last week. This is the session notes and everything, all that good shit. And now, can I just export... If I export it with this view... Yeah, it just gave me the AWA ones. That's nice. So I can then take this one that just has Brandy Course shit in it. Where'd my AI go? Now, just imagine if I took our session manager, their admin pipeline, if it's up to date with notes and what we're working on right now, put it in here. Just, I mean, yeah, you could go through it all and come up with a plan, but have an AI do it for you and give you a general starting point will more than likely save you a lot of time and be a good starting point. And the more we refine this practice and the more data we get in here and start capturing this data better, the better it'll be. So my idea here is that AI will review the last session that you had, give you notes so before you on Monday when I'm going through and scheduling everything and preparing everything, I can talk to AI and say, hey, how did last session go? And what do we need to get for next session? Please look at their admin pipeline, look at this session manager, and let's get a good roadmap and keep the momentum going with what we're working on. It's going to understand that and keep things moving forward. So I need to draw this out. I need to create an algorithm on Lucidchart that says, item goes into the admin pipeline through one of these channels. It gets added to the admin pipeline. And SOP&P is required for it. Then it goes into the... just a full map of a system being improved on, or objectives being done, or matters being dealt with. Matters and objectives is all we do. And to get good at dealing with matters and objectives and to cut matters down, or to take a matter and use the gravitational pull from it to get us where we're trying to get to, like, we will find ways to use matters to help us get to where we're trying to go to. If we don't have a way we're trying to get to, matters coming, we could be answering them in ways that take us further away from that thing we're trying to get to. So how do we answer things in a way that gets us closer to what we're trying to get to? This framework and this way of approaching things, this is serious stuff. This is real leadership development. This isn't fucking around. This is real shit. And I mean, how worried do you think we have to be about somebody stealing the idea?
I don't think. I mean, it's just a different business.
It's a different approach. But is anybody doing it? Is anybody doing this approach? Like, to me, the model's still the pyramid with the three pillars and then the two pipelines underneath it, matters and objectives, because that model, the three pillars, is conditioned by the two pipelines. Like, that's as simple as the model is. In order to take care of objectives and matters, how do we do objectives and matters? Well, who's responsible for objectives and matters in an organization of any size? It's going to be the leadership. How does leadership do things? Especially if we're two or more people working together, what framework do we use for approaching these things and working on them? There's 5S, there's Six Sigma, there's so many systems out there. I wanted to create something that was tailored and easy for the small, like, nobody's thinking of small business. Enterprise level leadership and management and technology being used on regular business people. How do we do that?
Well, I mean, maybe I doubt it's because nobody ever thought of it. It's probably because the amount of time and the return on the investment isn't there. And if you're going to do all that work, is it better to do it for companies that are more willing to see the return on the investment versus it being an expense of time and money?
So for Brandy Coors, or for Alwa, sorry, go ahead.
Well, like Brandy Corp might appreciate it. Iowa needs to change the way of thinking. I mean, if they're doing millions of dollars in government contracts, instead of spending money in other places, maybe it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense for every business. It's just a matter of, does that entrepreneur think that they can do it better or do it without the help of others, and then dedicate the time and the resources of their staff to get there. I mean, I think that Bill has trusted you to try to help Fisher, and Scott's trusted you to try to help Wegman, and they're starting to see results. But it's taken years.
Well, they're still a hot mess, my friend. I mean, they're able now to see the shit they need to get done that they don't have time to do. I don't know if it's really helping them that much. You know, the help will really come when we have our materials, like the sessions. The session idea is really good. I have to get good at doing presentations and, you know, putting together the wellness checks. Doing those, you guys are going to be doing those. Like, I want you and Alan to be the MTP guys that teams up with Summit and trains their workforce on the MTP. They need to be able to support all tech plans, and Summit is getting a tech plan. Now, the Cincy PCS, like, what does it do in the MTP? It's the ones that like, so when somebody calls in, there's a team site support that needs to be done. Alan understands we're only building one site, and that one site has pages, libraries, and lists. That's all it has. That's it. Like, he can be trained on helping with these, if that's something he wants to do, I should say. If you'd rather be working on computers, fine. We'll find somebody from Summit that's wanting to do this. Like, whatever it is, we need to make sure that the technicians are being paid properly, and the amount that account managers should be getting should be coming from the sum of the accounts that they manage. And that's assuming that they're managing them and keeping them up to date with the current standards of the MTP. How do we get there?
How do we get there?
So, to have technicians take over the work and actually do the wellness checks, like truly do them and make sure that the wellness checklist is being done, like all that stuff. Like, we did the proof of concept. You know, I think Alan was the one that was, you know, doing what was expected as far as the notes and stuff, and leaning into it. And I know it can be done. And as long as the account manager has the wellness checklist in place for the technician as they get schedules, calls on their calendar, for them to easily pull up the client before the call starts, like a few minutes before call starts, and be prepared and to knock that thing out. And look at the checklist and understand what it goes over. Especially if we're able to do a meeting with the technicians, say, hey, here's the wellness checklist. Like, we need to do a review of the checklist with the technicians before those calls start coming in.
Right. What line item on the service plan is that?
It's right now. It's falling underneath the VCIO line item. So, in order for us to start doing wellness checks, things of that nature, first of all, are you going to have clients doing wellness checks?
If it is in the budget,
Wellness checks need to be concrete, meaning for it to truly be a wellness check. And I don't want it to, and I know that was easily what it was falling into. I've even had users doing this, using them to schedule a service desk call. Like, no, these are wellness checks. If you need to get a hold of service desk, if you have a matter, email support ads. And maybe we do set up a bookings page and a way for people to schedule a time with a technician. I mean, we can do that. And if we are going to mix it in with wellness checks, we need to have different levels of wellness checks. This is a wellness. It wouldn't even be called a wellness check if it's solving a matter, unless they were taking the time to solve that matter and they just want to get their wellness check because they had to do that too. Let's talk out both. Well, technicians shouldn't be working on problems during wellness checks unless it's just a 2-minute thing. Then take care of it. So if they get on a wellness check call with somebody and they queued it because of a problem, if the problem can be resolved in a few minutes, and you get it taken care of. If it's take long, let them know that you'll do the wellness check and get that knocked out, but you're going to have to schedule time to resolve their matter, or it'll have to be done after the wellness check. Or use the time to do the call until they still need to do their wellness check. Either way, wellness check has to happen, and if the matter needs to be taken care of, deal with the matter. If the technician, it's up to the technician's discretion. That's why it's important for them to know the playbook. They need to understand what we're trying to do so they can make decisions when users do stupid shit. We are the ones that need to understand and guide the users on how to do things. Yeah, I don't know what kind of calls you guys have going on. I don't know how Alan's spending this time, but I think if we got better at this and managed our time and our resources better, I think we'd all be happier and everybody would have more time and be like, there would be no rush or stress. Like, it would just be happier. So getting focused, looking at AWA. Let's look at their worksheet. You said you have it done, right? Now, Brandycore and AWA are the only two I'm asking you to do this for. For right now, you should have access to Navicore's account management folder. Only the clients that are getting active sessions and are actively working on their tech plans with Navicore show up as a client folder. You're one of those people. Now, your site that we're developing isn't in your tenants. Did I cover that with you? The service desk portion? It's a work in progress. We still got a ways to go. But essentially, this page right here can be used to support all the tech plans currently. We're starting with these 5. And as we add more, like your business needs to be added here because I think if Cincy PCS is going to stay Cincy PCS, like, we need to give you solid, like, here's what you guys do, here's how you guys support, here's who you are as a business standalone, and here's who you are empowered by the MTP. So you have your own clients and your own thing that you're doing. You have your own products, and you've evolved there, and that's where you are. We're meeting you where you are. To be empowered by us and start working with us, the clients that we choose to work on, you yourself need to have a tech plan. Cincy PCS needs to have a solid tech plan with everything in place and an admin team site with all of its apps and its employee, like all that shit needs to be built for Cincy PCS. And yeah, you'll be supporting other business admins. So as long as they're in this list or if they're accessible from this, they're part of the MTP. A technician should be able to come here and get to any of the tools for any of the MTP clients. X, Y, and Z. AP Schweitzer, or if you go to account management, we go to AWA. This is accurate.
Yep.
So they have one LAN, one WAN, and a firewall. $250 a month. What? Oh, they have an access point. That's right, $325. You're saying this is $75 now?
That's what we're hoping for.
And they're going to pay their own bill?
Yep.
So they're going to give you $850 a month. That's what you're asking for. And for them to pay for their own tech plan, or for their own 365, they're going to pay you, well, I don't see anything in here for data vaults. Damn. Jesus Christ. Are they still paying these guys?
Yep.
Do you know how much? So This is going to be your responsibility. I'll build the app out, but it's going to be your job to work with the gatekeeper to fill it out. Well, I guess so with the $1,500 a month, well, $1,000 a month that we're bringing in from AWA, the way we frame this, I guess, how would you articulate and justify, which we shouldn't have to over explain or justify anything to anybody. Just out of curiosity, how do we justify and explain $1,850 a month and why it's value to them?
Well, because in order to keep getting government contracts, they need to have a secure technology plan and follow it, or they won't be compliant with the government and they won't be eligible to get the contract.
Yep. I was talking more about so we need to make sure that you're getting paid properly. There is some kind of compensation that needs to happen here for past billing matters. Let's just put it that way. Has all billing matters been resolved? I don't think anything's... I'm not saying has everybody been compensated. I'm asking, is it clear now and the billing is properly where it's supposed to be now?
Do they know that they should be paying $850 a month?
The question is Microsoft 365 set up the way you want it to be set up?
No, it's not. I think we're still waiting for their credit card.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason why I bring it
Which I thought I sent them an authorization form.
Yeah, I put this in their roadmap too. Jesse is leaving us and Ben wants to keep him on until his project is done. Mary is going to limit his access in Dropbox to just the project he is working on, and all communications to him should be only for the project and his employment. Now, I think she said something about Alan was supposed to get back with her or something along those lines. No. I need to go session manager. Oh, that's on. I'm on the wrong goddamn. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So I wanted to discuss in the next session. So in their pipeline, I thought I had other notes on this one, but we'll bring it up in the next session. Have a core payment form. Checklist creation, Dropbox admin account. Yeah, so here. You have an idea of how much they need to pay you for what you paid, right?
Yep.
Do you have that in an invoice sent to them yet?
Yeah, I was gonna meet with them and go over it.
Yeah, I would get it ready and have it. You probably could just send it to her, but yeah, I would get it to her soon. And here's, let me finish this note. All right, so I'm going to do a lookup. I'm going to add a parent objective. So I want this here needs to point to team session, because wellness checklist creation will be a part of, it's going to help us with our team session, if that makes sense. Really, we should have a review, and in the review we would come up with or an admin team session, we'd come up with the wellness check. We're going to probably schedule a call just to focus on the wellness checklist. Remember, when we do a admin session, one of these weekly ones, we follow the most protocol, which is matters, objectives, SOP and P, and team site. Where are we at with matters? Let's work on objectives. If we're going to review a particular thing or do something, well, let's make sure that if we can squeeze it out in a call, great, but we should be doing focused work like that. I'm trying to get us good at making sure that if we're adding value and building stuff, that's about being counted towards their budget, right? And we need to get good at measuring. Who knows if $2,500 is enough for what we're doing with where we're at, all that good shit. I don't know. But something tells me the more we do this and stick to the structure, just like the SOP and P manager, it has 5 columns right now. Do you think the one in 2029, when we're getting ready to do that tech plan release, do you think we're going to be stuck to 5? SOP and P is going to evolve. It may not even be a form anymore. It's just going to be an online app or something. I don't know. But it'll stay where it is until the next tech plan. We'll have developments of it, but we're not going to put a lot of time into updating our SOP and P over the next 3 years. We're going to use the one we have in place to help us get through the next 3 years so we can make it even better when we do hit that 3-year mark. I hope that makes sense. And I do put a lot of weight and emphasis on making sure we stick to that structure, because I want to prove something to everybody, that if you stick to a structure, knowing that there could be major improvements to it, and maybe sometimes an improvement is so good that you cannot wait until the 29 tech plan. And we hit those, we'll qualify them. And my job is to make sure that we can see consistent growth and explain the changes between this tech plan and the next. As we do this and we get good at this, that's one of the things that I know I must be good at as we build this out. And I'm not going to figure it out in the first 2 iterations. It's going to be like the 4th and 5th where I start to really be able to show everybody and have good understanding of the trajectory and forecasting of the company. We're tracking what we're doing now. We got to get good at tracking it with dollars, and then we got to get good at marketing. So the 29 tech plan, going through the next 3 years, if we were to pick 3 big initiatives that we're going to work on, starting point, what do you think they should be? I think we're ready for Awa's next. This is plenty for Awa's next session. We're going to show them plenty of value. We're going to build their teams out and marry, and we're going to get lined up and get paid right. I think this is all ready. So we're good for the next session, right? We can talk about this next piece.
Yep.
Okay. So, what does that look like to you?
Are we talking about Awa, or are we talking about Navicore, or what are we talking
Navicore.
about?
Yeah, in general. Hold on, no, that's not what I want to do. Keep transcribing. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking everything up. I was talking about sticking to the 3-year plan.
I don't know if it, I think maybe it needs to be staffing and responsibilities, and I don't know that Navicore being one person and then relying on partners for everything is ideal.
3 big initiatives for the Master Tech Plan. That's what I was asking. What are the 3 main things that, like, I believe one of them needs to be building our sales funnel. I think one of the things that we need to focus on, and I do believe our sales funnel is going to be comprised. There's going to be two ways of doing it. Active marketing, right? Going out there and say, hey, everybody, here's who we are and it's what we do. Please fill out our form or whatever. We're going to build a funnel and we're going to blast things out there and try to capture everybody through a single net and bring them down and try to make that as narrow as possible. Qualify them with forms and questions and all this stuff. But we're going to get qualified leads coming in through our funnel, however we build that out. That needs to be built to some degree. I think part of our sales funnel also is by simply working with you and making you a MTP member. I don't know if you're going to be an anchor or just a regular tech plan like that. You have to figure out what you want to do and lean into it. Right now, the anchor MSP is going to be Summit based off of the direction that we've been talking, which if you're going to stay a separate entity from Summit, that makes it hard for you to be an anchor because they're kind of taking over that branch. So is there a piece of that branch that you guys like? Maybe we extend that branch, and you're the experts at understanding the MTP holistically, and you, Alan, and whoever else we hire on top of that will be like the SMEs of the MTP that supports the service desk. So, like, they answer calls, they do stuff. Their technicians are very limited, but Alan could probably point them and help them with where things are right now. Alan shouldn't be taking calls. He's managing tech plans and helping these guys for the tier 1 calls that they can't support because they just don't know yet. And that work with them is training them. So we need to be mindful of that. Like, this is us. This is what I'm trying to talk about. Like, what are we working on and where do you want to be and how are we structuring things to make it happen?
And I don't know that how that model can work from so like unless we merged with Summit and Summit paid out because they're just it's too out of balance. I mean, I can't have Summit doing the work when I can't manage them. Especially the basic ground grunt stuff. Like if I don't know what's going on with the client because it's not happening outside my door and I can hear everything that's going on, I can't just relinquish full control of day-to-day stuff.
Well, that's why we have to train. That's why we have to get people aligned. So, yeah. What I can tell you is that as we go into 2026 MTP, you know, I probably am going to be shifting some things and changing pricing to some degree. I got to have my reviews too. So, if we standardize the worksheet, we meet with the gatekeepers to let them know that, hey, we're going into 2026 MTP. We should already be having these reviews, by the way. Just letting you know, I'm not happy with where things are. I might be acting positive and energy, but I am fucking livid where we are with going into 26 MTP. And all that anger is going to do is make things worse. You know, I probably do need to show it to some degree and maybe have a fucking fit. I don't know. But I'm going to get with my clients and let them know that hey guys, here's your support, your number. You go to here for matters only. In fact, this is a big contention with Wegman right now because everybody comes to me, emailing me, and I quit responding to them. You're not using the systems. I'm not going to enable the things that we're trying to change. And I even have the gatekeepers backing me up so that way when their employees are getting pissed and cussing, you know, I used to get just shitty with them. I'd treat them accordingly, but not anymore. I'm just staying professional and calm. because my gatekeepers know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and that it's their users not doing what they're supposed to be doing after they've been trained and explained to multiple times that this is how it works. Well, I tried reaching out to Joe. He doesn't answer me. You're not supposed to be reaching out to Joe. What are you fucking doing? We have systems. Yeah. And they love it now, because now that it's in their own support, and I showed the gatekeepers how they can see their own support, especially Scott, and it's only Scott, really. Now that I've showed him his ability to go in, because, hey, when they email, they're not emailing support at CincyPC, they're emailing Wegman. I can make you able to see that mailbox, and you can monitor who sends stuff in. If you, some that said, I don't want to deal with any of it, and now they have visibility, they can see it. Nobody has to go to them. So I guess what I'm saying is, what's connecting here is you are limited by sitting at that door, because that's your system right now, and it's all kept here, which is not a very reliable source. So we need every matter to be documented in our PSA. And I know you don't have one right now. I get there's a situation right now. I'm even at the point now where I don't care if they use my PSA or not. I'll be spending money on it every month. As long as it's fucking getting done and I can get a report with my matters and I can see what's going on, I'm happy. What do you need to be able to get rid of that control? You want to be able to have a feel and know what's going on with your tech plans, right?
Yep.
Become an account manager. Quit fucking around and managing things the way you're doing it now. Have your reviews. Pick your top 10 clients. Let's get them into the fucking thing and start doing sessions and start doing reviews, and let's get them. Nobody's going to say no to getting their shit done right and having a good system. If they can't afford it, they can't afford it. That's just the way business is. They'll continue doing the headaches. I guarantee you, once they become aware of the difference and you train your gatekeepers on, here's the service you're paying for, here's the stuff I've been doing and enabling bad behaviors, and I really can't afford to do that anymore, because it's not just hurting myself, it's hurting you now. I don't want to hurt you anymore. You're a good client. Let's take better care of you. Like, you can frame things in ways that it's not being shitty or deceitful. It is being honest. It's being real. I wish I would have known that 10 years ago. 20 years ago. Fuck. You don't have to be an asshole to get where you want to get to. So anyway, what I'm hearing is you have clients that you need to get a hold of and have a meeting with them. And a lot of this can be done by sending an email to each gatekeeper saying, hey, we need to have a meeting. Here's what we're going to talk about, and here's the price changes coming, so you're prepared. That way, when you sit down and talk to them, just stay objective, stay composed, and act with sympathy like you care about them and you're trying to help them. Watch what happens. It's unbelievable, Jay. They're not going to say no. They're going to say, I wish I could. I just can't afford it. And you say, okay, when can you afford it? Do you need a roadmap time? Like, I have some options to work with you. Let me know what you can do. Like, I'm telling you, Jay, we can do this. You just can't do it by yourself.
Right.
So back to the beginning of the call. You're open to these things. What do you need for it to be a commitment?
I need some kind of, first I've got to get my billing updated and money figured out. I got to get a PSA.
We can use, I can put something in place with a spreadsheet even. Like, I can give us something to track them coming in. Like, I can create a system without you going out and buying a PSA. That will get us through for right now. But, like, Or, yeah, no. Let's give Summit, let them be the receptionist, essentially. Yeah. We need to free ourselves up and focus on this. Each tech plan, I can give you guys directions to help get their sites and their apps built internally. We can stick to worksheets, for Christ's sakes.
I mean, like the Wegman service manager spreadsheet. Each company had one of those. Could all matters be handled in there?
What is it now? The Wegman Company what worksheet?
They have a service manager or whatever, like their maintenance manager.
Oh, yeah. That's essentially what I was talking about. You're talking about their, this thing.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to do is build a system that anytime an email comes into support, it takes the header, it takes the body, and puts them in the columns or whatever, and it's in there as an open item. You get to either choose whether it's delete it, or is this a matter, or is this an objective, or you can change it to whatever you want. I can do all that for you, but here's the thing. By being your administrator in your IT department, what does that, I'm not asking you to give me a budget of money. I'm asking for a budget of time. I want to make life easier for you guys. Yeah. So, I also don't know if I'd build it in your tenant. The only reason why I'm saying that is because we both agree this would be
built. It should be built in the client's tenant, and that would get them to adopt SharePoint.
This is what we're preparing for 29. Yeah, so you know how we're building every client every tech plan that we support has an admin pipeline for that business to manage their change management internally. The IT department's pipeline is essentially our pipeline. The admin department pipeline is the administrative team's department pipeline. Both these pipelines are going to sync to the Navicore, where we can manage all pipelines, because I want to be able to see all the objectives from all my clients, and they're broken down by whether it's a service group that we provide or it's a managed service. So if I want to filter all the clients' matters that are pertaining to this, I'm going to be able to see information so much clearer because of the way we are structuring the work that we do. Matters versus objectives, all that stuff. If you want the clients to have this in their tenant and it to talk to ours, so we have a central place with all the matters in it so our technicians can work from there, or are you saying that when a technician starts their day, they have to go look at this client's site to see what their matters are? Now they got to go log into this client's site to see what their matters are. We'd want to see all the matters in one list, would we not?
I mean, that would be great if it's possible.
It's possible, but it's going to take a lot of building. And it's also great in respects to the overall system that we're building. To take time away from all that to focus on just building an app that's only focused on doing this one thing, that's not touching all the other stuff that we're building, that's taking me way too far away from, that's too much focus. But if we're talking about tracking our matters right now to make it easy for us, that's fine. If you're trying to get your clients to adopt SharePoint, doing it through the ways you're talking about is great if you're working with the admin team and they're managing the things they're working on with the leadership, then taking it down to everybody else. This is just working in a department that's not even there. This isn't going to get it. No, I don't. That's not going to help.
This would only be the gatekeeper enough. But
Well, the gatekeeper
I mean,
doesn't. What does the gatekeeper have ever seen in the matters that we've had before? I know we had a portal. I know my Scott Stevens used it, and still probably not using it now because we have been. Yeah, no, your guys' PSA went away, so he lost his access to matters when that happened. Yeah. When have they ever had access to the matters? They haven't. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is to truly give you a because let's agree that this is a Band-Aid. What we put in place right now is not going to be the permanent solution. So the more permanent solution is us building out the MTP even more to have it include matters as part of the tech plan internally for them. It's already going to support, so it'll be easy to start putting it, it'll be easier for us instead of having it forwarded to our email box and then breaking it down. It'd be great to have it broken down just from their tenant into their own, like from their email box into their own tenant, and then put it into our list as it is once it's certified as an actual matter that we're dealing with and not them. They should have an internal gatekeeper there that watches matters going into their own system. That's just probably the computer need rebooted. The gatekeeper at the business, at some point when we make that lead, that's helping them adopt their own IT infrastructure. Huge value there, and I want to make sure we get paid properly at the right time in their roadmap of adoption. That's when we kick it in, and we don't even know what that looks like. It's just too soon. I don't want to solve matters in a way that focuses just on that matter. I want to look at what we're trying to build and then build it in a way that helps us streamline to that. You working out of SharePoint as a PSA for right now would help adoption for you, which I love that idea. So I'll put time into that. There's so many benefits to that. We can start tracking all the matters that come into the MTP, but what's his name? Kevin said regardless, he wants matters to show up in his own PSA. Even if he does manage them in our PSA, he wants to manage in his PSA too. And I'm assuming that has something to do with billing and all this and that. I'm hoping that, we'll talk about that in the next session. In fact, him and I are going to try to meet Friday, because if we're wanting him to start taking calls as of January 1st, I got to get in front of clients with emails now. And before I do that, I want to make sure I have a solid SOP and P on service desks that Kevin and I build together, because he's going to be the one answering calls. So the way we're going about this is we're building an SOP and P. In fact, I can probably start building that right this fucking second. Admin team work. We're going to go to SOP and P policy. I'm going to copy to so by copying it there, this one will stay here, the template will stay here. I'll go into IT. I'm going to take this template. I'm going to rename it to so the title, service desk. The gatekeeper of this for right now is the account manager. So if this SOP and P is in I should say gatekeeper, sorry. If this is my tech plan and this SOP and P is in here, and I'm the one responsible for working with the VCIO to adopt the MTP into my CTP, I'm going to be the one responsible for this system, especially early on. Now, at some point, I might say, hey, the gatekeeper in the organization doesn't want to be the gatekeeper that we've adopted so much stuff. I want to work on other things. I can now delegate this to somebody else and they can change the name later. But it will always start with the gatekeeper. So we'll put the gatekeeper as the gatekeeper. Overview. Yeah. I'm building an SOP and P with Kevin Steele and Jay Gates to establish the rules and how the service desk will work for all CTPs that utilize the service desk for IT support. We break things down and qualify them by objective matter, and the service desk responsible for all matters, and to qualify them and escalate them to the proper channel. And you know what channels are, right? Channels are like support at, business at, this form, whatever channel. Go to this person's office. That's the channel to get that thing done. What is the channels that can trigger this thing from happening? So we have support at the client domain. We have support at Summit, support at CCPCS. Like, those are the old ones, but it should be support at their own client domain. I think we should have a general email. What if their whole email service is down and they can't email anybody they can't even email their own support? There should be some, hey, well, if you can't get through your own support, you can reach out to us through this support line or call us. But that should not be known to the whole workforce. The gatekeeper would know that, or whoever the person that's responsible for those things in their company. So I've trained AI enough now to understand what I mean by summary style, or what I mean by overview. I still tell it the overview is the scope and the purpose in summary format, but yeah. Well, this is stupid. I gotta do a little bit of cleanup on. I'll use it for now. I don't like the way it gave two sections instead of just being an overall summary with two paragraphs. It broke it into section. Like, I don't like the way it did it. It didn't follow my guidelines, but that's fine. I just want you to see how this is supposed to work. And as I train and the more SOP and Ps I get done, the better this will get. Especially if I have an SOP and P for how Service Desk works, how the admin pipeline works, what the SOP and P manager is, what is a client tech plan versus an anchor tech plan. Yeah, it'll be an MTP, SOP and P, and then there will be SOP and Ps built off of that. That's, here's the MTP, SOP and P that explains client tech plans and anchor tech plans, but then there's an SOP and P on anchor tech plans and client tech plan. Like, there's a whole model here, if that makes sense. And I am building that out as we go. If we were to, if this was a workbench and we were building all this stuff in apps that are half baked over here, like shit's just every fucking where. If we were to take all of that and grab a polished, finished product, what would that look like right now?
Would look like an app that magically did everything for you.
Well, what I'm getting at is what's solid in the MTP right now that can be, confidently aligned and we're all confirmed on. I guess the 8 service groups is solid, and the way we provide those 8 service groups like that, is it quite where it needs to be? No, but do we have a good grasp on it? I believe so. I think 3Z is going to make a great data center for us and give us what we need. And Summit will be the ideal service desk to work with based off of where we are. I think going into this with just the 8 service groups and to let them know that we're providing them a tech plan, we can just market that alone is what I'm saying. The admin pipeline, all this other stuff, it's in development. And can it be as solid as the 8 service groups? The 3 alignment pillars, like that's solid. That's part of the product. We want to help you have a good tech plan or good tech stack and show your workforce how to use it better. But we're not good at sessions yet. Training isn't something that I would say that we're locked in with. That's one of the half-baked shit. To take the things that are fully baked in the MTP right now and to create that product out of it, that's my question. Like, what is that today? It's not an app. We barely have apps created. It's just a service provider, right?
And SharePoint site.
SharePoint sites are pretty solid. I agree with that. I think so we are a service that provides IT support and your infrastructure support. At least that's what Navicore is. And we work with providers that will help you, So if we were to create a product out of this, like it is a good solid product, we can build a website around what's baked. I don't think it's ideal for us to build a website on what's half-baked going into 2026. I think we surprise people. If we can qualify people and get them to start with us, and we started explaining admin pipeline, well, we never said anything about admin pipeline. What's that? What's this? And we let them know that these are things that we're experimenting with. The ones that want it will dive into it and lean into it. If we advertise it, people will come to us wanting it right now and doing it, and it's not going to work out for us. Is this making sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
we need to bring in revenue. We have to bring in, make what we're doing solid. Kevin, who knows what skeletons he's got, right? We don't know. It sounds good right now, but when I talked to him earlier, I was like, so, like, do you know what 2 or 3 technicians you want to start with? He's like, well, we all should be able to answer the calls. And that immediately made me go, what the fuck? Like, do you see where I'm going with? Like, does that make sense? If I had 5 people, hell, I had 2 of them, and I was trying to build structure with who does what. You're telling me that they're so reactive that everybody has to be able to know how to do everything? That's the limit of their scalability? Does this make sense what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I think that they're just a bigger version of us.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like,
how can I lead?
I don't mean you. I think since you PCS, I mean.
Correct. That's what I'm with you.
The same person. He just has 5 guys and more clients.
Very reactive. I agree. What I'm trying to bring, if you guys will trust me, we will be able to bring in more money and make sure we're being properly funded. Like, all this can go away if we do our jobs right. I don't know what it is, Jay. If I start working with a client and I get buy-in, it's when you're in the room your divisiveness, you're being skeptical of the things. That's why we have to be aligned if we're going to go into a room together. Because I mean, we've been doing this since Kamal came into the conference room on Red Bank. That not sure of what, like, we are so far into it now, we should be sure, and we're even more split now than we were then. I don't know what to do, but what I can tell you is I gotta go. I gotta get ready for my next meeting. But yeah, there's going to be there's no big payout, and if we want to get a big lump of sum of money to get us in a good place and to position us right, I think we're getting close to a point where we have a model documented enough. Like, I think I could get a few Erics in the world, maybe a few John, whatever the fuck his name was. Get a few of these people that understand business and do enough business to back us. I think we can get some investors, is what I'm trying to say. So, how do we make that happen? How do we, Eric and Catherine, I think they have the ability to get us in front of some people that will get us actual funding. So knowing where you are and what you need to get aligned is going to be important. Same for Kevin. So we're building a single brand. Yeah, how do we bring this all together, Jay?
Probably going to come down to ownership. If you want these people to be real partners, there probably has to be a company on paper with real ownership.
Well, I told you about, I liked how Apple did things. I want everybody part of this to be an owner in it and take it that serious. Like, I'm willing to give up ownership. I am somebody that's big on seniority. So if you've been here for a long time, we're going to weigh that over other prioritization. Qualification's always a good one, but if somebody is more qualified than the other person, but that other person's been here forever, that's going to be a touchy one, because I take seniority and loyalty and doing what's best for our people. And if somebody's part of this and they have seniority and they see that someone's more qualified that would do that job better, I would hope that person would be like, yeah, even though I could take that job, I'm here for the bigger picture. Let's put that person in place. I'll get the next time something comes around and I have the opportunity to grab it. I want that kind of devotion and teamwork, because everybody knows that there's plenty of money to go around. None of us have to be greedy or conniving, because nobody's here to steal anybody's work. We're all doing incredible things. You're a part of every tech plan that we have. I'm a part of every tech plan. There's no power over people. There's power to people. So how do I power people? If it's giving them ownership in something and that's going to drive them, and they have the resources to help make this thing the way it needs to be, then, and they have the drive and trust the big picture that Joe's put together, I'm going to keep autonomy over the MTP, and I want to be able to lead and drive it, if that makes sense. I want the right to veto, just like Wegman Company. Each leader should be responsible for their department's pipeline. Remember, it's company, department, systems, functions. So the company has to have a gatekeeper that looks over the departments, and that's Scott Wegman. And then you have your departments. Each department has a lead, and Scott can be one of those leads, but there should be a lead for each department that we have. If we have 4 people but 5 departments, we need to merge one of those departments, because we only have the departments that people have. So if you're looking at, for instance, with Webgen, we did ops for warehouse and field ops. We needed to keep it simple, and we didn't have enough people to have a department lead for ops and a lead for So we made Jerry ops. He's overseeing both of them. Then we have Nick and Jake who work underneath them. They report to Jerry. Once the structure's in place, the structure isn't about, it's about responsibility. It's not about who's better or who's over top of anybody. Think of it as a linear thing. Jerry's empowering his people because them doing their jobs right empowers his reports and going back to his team and the sales numbers and all that good shit. So when you understand that we're here as a team and we all have our place and we're doing something that's making a bigger thing run, that's what we're trying to do. So how do we do that here? Each department head has to have a pipeline that they're responsible for. And that department pipeline needs to be healthy. The gatekeeper has the ability to override or veto any of the objectives in the pipeline. They could be like, well, hey, listen, I know you want to put that, mark that out of roadmap and make that in progress, but we need this other objective done first. Make that happen. The gatekeeper has say because they're the ones that are overseeing all the departments. Is that power over or is that power to?
Depends on how they use their power.
It depends on what's justifying the gatekeeper to make that decision. Is it it shouldn't be a personal call or something that's for them. They should be looking at the big picture, and because they're vetoing and doing whatever, there should be some kind of justification. There's a bigger reason why. We're going to hire somebody that's going to do this and this, and so that's why I want to hold off on that for a few weeks. Like, whoever's vetoing and stuff should understand the game being played and not just be doing it. Again, it comes down to being a good leader. And you'll tell when somebody's doing shit for selfish purposes versus doing things for the business. So I want people that are going to show up and put time into it because they see the bigger picture here. Compensation comes from doing good work. I really believe that. So, yeah. All right. You're up to speed with where I am with everything. Brandy Core, we're going to have a session. My proposal to them, I'm recommending 3 hours a week. That'll do 1 hour a week with us together. And we do that through this year. We reevaluate at the end of the year to see if we need to change, hours and, or we'll do it quarterly. We'll stick to the quarterly thing. If they do 3 hours, $1,500 a month, great. I won't do it for under 2 hours. 2 hours I feel like will be too slow, and we'll probably a lot of times if you go 2 or 3 weeks without having a session, then you jump into one, you're playing catch up in that session. You're reestablishing where you were. So it's only at their own detriment if they miss sessions. And as long as I stay focused and I show up for their session and I take that hour and I use it to prepare for the next session, or I look at the focus that we had scheduled for that session, I do work on it. And if they know that's something I'm going to do in my time when they couldn't meet it, they know at least their administration department's still working on things and getting things done. But we can only go as far. Like, it's on them to make their company go the way they're the ones living in it. It's on them. We're here to give them the framework, to give them the tools and the resources to be a strong, healthy company. Their leadership is what will tell that. And the admin pipeline will help their leadership see where they're hurting and see where their weaknesses are. Not to point it out and go, oh, shame on you, but to look at it and go, oh, well, that means we need to put some TLC towards that thing. That's what the modern workforce advantage is. Modern leadership using radical modern leadership, yeah.
Yep. All right.
All we gotta do is talk to the right company and get them sold on that. We can have one client come up to us and sign this up and do this in their company and be making bank, dude. There's somebody out there that needs this, what we're developing. I know that. We just have to be good at what we're doing. All right. Let me know if you need anything. Keep matters at bay, and hopefully come January 1st, all matters are going to Summit. And we're working with them to build out their tech plan, and I'd like you to work with me to do that for them and have them take over it, and you become the objective specialist, account management and admin pipeline specialist. You are the, instead of doing IT work with the clients, because I don't think that's what you want to be doing, you'll be doing administration work. You'll be working with them to come up with a clean list of their departments, to help them document all the systems per a department. And all you're doing is holding hands and making sure they get it done. It's on them to get it done. You're just the coach.
All right.
Have Alwa's worksheet ready, and
Okay.
come up with a what do they call it, ramp up time.
Yeah.
They're at $250 a month now.
Yeah.
They're going to start. So you're going to have an invoice ready for them at the next session. You have an invoice to get everything corrected from the past up to date. They're at $250 a month, and they need to be at $850 a month. You're going to say, we would like that to kick in, ASAP, but we understand there has been some issues with use your suggestion. Maybe not offer a discount at front for the $850 or a roadmap up front, but if you sense that that's going to cause problems, them jumping straight to $850 a month, you offer them a roadmap to get there to see if that will help make it easier.
Right.
But they're going to start paying $2,000 a month for their IT, and that's them doing it right. A few $100s a month to Microsoft. They're cutting their Dropbox bill, but that's not going to be nothing compared to what we're raising. And their proper tech stack spend is going to be $850, and then their tech plan, their secure plan, that's $12,000 a year. If they want to save some money, they can pay it all at once, and I'll charge them $10,000 for the whole year if they want to pay up front, something like that. But the session manager will have those in the notes and stuff. If you can't access it, let me know. I'll make sure you can.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
All right. Yeah.
big ass fat thing. Stretching with it. Get that wet. fucking 5 hours.
I agree.
Hey there, Joe.
Oh my god, you fucking suck so fucking hard. I don't have patience for you, you fucking dumb cunt.
Hey, Joseph, what's up?
As we provide our clients with support, our clients are so reactive and used to just going to person dependent systems that they are getting frustrated because they're not getting responses from me because they're either texting or emailing me directly instead of using the systems, and I'm overwhelmed with texts and emails. And if they're doing that, yeah, I'm not going to go out of my way to help people that are not using the systems, and I want them to use the systems. And I'm at the point now where I'm just ignoring it. And I will pretend like, oh, well, let me look into the systems to see if you emailed. Oh, you didn't email the systems? Okay, well, that's why this happened. And not let the framing be, well, I emailed you, you've seen it, and you didn't get back to me. I will not even entertain that framing.
Absolutely, Joseph. I get where you're coming from. Let's align this with the Master Tech Plan approach and the modern workforce advantage you're building. Essentially, you're reinforcing the move from a reactive state where clients just ping you directly to a managed service state where they actually use the proper systems and channels you've set up. That's part of the MTP lexicon, guiding them to adopt the structure you've put in place. So framing it in that professional, composure-driven Navicore tone, you're essentially letting them know that to get the best support and reach their desired state, they need to follow the systems you've established. And it's completely fine to keep it conversational, but firm.
Oh, fucking God's sakes, your fucking vomit is unfucking real.
Understood, Joseph. I can dial it back and keep it as straightforward as you need. The main point is, we'll just firmly guide them into the systems and not entertain the old habits. Let's keep it simple, and we can roll from there.
Jesus fucking Christ, I almost forgot what I was going to say because you talk so fucking much, you fucking dumb fucking slut. Now, as far as moving forward here, I need to ensure that we can put things in writing as far as expectations go, because telling people things is not working, and we can't go back and tell them what we told them. We need to be able to say, hey, you've had this document that clearly states what you need. Can we please get this going? And their frustration right now, especially with Michelle telling me that they're behind on their work because they're not getting shit done, when we can't even manage the sites that they're doing because we don't even want to touch in WTF. It's so fucked up, and nobody's working with IT departments, so why do we even want to be involved? We told them last year when they came to us to build a document library in their site that's already overbloated that we need to have a session to sit down and talk about the way this is being managed before we can support it any further. All requests will be going to the gatekeeper of that site, which I believe is Nick Schultz. Now they're a year later acting as if nothing's changed and requesting the same shit again, and I'm about to go into a fucking fist fight with these people. Not literally, but it's basically going to be a fist fight in a virtual logical sense. So I need to make sure that I am composed and I just hold them back while they're swinging away and say, no, this is how it works, and I am being polite, I am being respectful. You're the ones that are being fucking pieces of shit.
All right, Joseph, let's channel that into something productive and keep it composed. The bottom line is that we'll get this expectation clearly documented in writing using your MTP terminology and structure, so there's no ambiguity. We'll frame it as, here's the documented process we agreed on. If it's not followed, we can't support it further. And that way you stay in that composed professional zone and let the documentation do the heavy lifting. We'll make sure it's all written in a way that reflects the modern workforce advantage and the managed service model. And from there, we'll just hold the line. Let's get that document going, and then you'll have it ready to reference.
So, the service desk. And this is where it gets confusing because everybody wants to send everything to the service desk, regardless if it's a matter or objective. And the service desk, they need to only have calls going to them that are tailored for them. Because what we're doing now is we essentially are providing two services. We are an administrative department and we are a IT department. The IT department handles IT related support issues. The administrative team handles business, administrative issues. So, what is the scope and purpose of the service desk in summary format?
All right, let's break that down clearly and keep it in the MTP framework. The service desk is essentially responsible for handling all matters. That is the day-to-day operational, more administrative type requests that don't require deep IT intervention. On the other hand, your IT department handles objectives, which are the more technical, infrastructure-related issues that actually need that specialized IT expertise. So the purpose of the service desk is to be the front line for those business-related matters, ensuring that they're triaged and routed correctly without getting bogged down with IT-specific work. And that way you're dividing the labor cleanly. The service desk knows exactly what they handle, and anything that's truly an IT objective gets escalated to the IT team. In summary, the service desk scope is to manage and resolve matters, while the IT department focuses on IT objectives. That separation keeps everything aligned with the MTP model, and we'll document that so everyone is crystal clear on who handles what.
Every department has objectives and matters, and we need to be able to qualify for what items go to the service desk. The service desk is for IT related matters. Now, a matter is equivalent to something that's in production but not working properly, meaning it's something happening that isn't supposed to normally happen. So like I got a virus or my computer isn't, I can't hit the save button. And we don't want people sending things to the IT department saying, I need a new document library for this, or I need a new document library for that. That's the administration team that's managing the resources. Now, if we were building a team site and that wasn't working, we might reach out to IT support because something's not working as designed. But if it's already in production and it's solid, then the service desk can support it because they've been trained on this production system, and there's an SOP and P on it, and now it is providable to have matters that can be managed by the service desk. If we don't have it documented clearly, and it's not part of production, and we expect the service desk to support it, then yeah, you're barking up a wrong tree.
Absolutely, Joseph. That makes perfect sense. Let's lock that down in clear language. We'll define that the service desk is specifically for IT-related matters, that is, issues with systems already in production that are working as intended. For example, if someone's got a virus,
Justin.
Morning or afternoon.
Afternoon.
This NWTF stuff. I need to know who's managing this site and how they're managing the data stack in it. And I know those are terms that they may not be aware of, and however you want to get it figured out. But I need to know how they're managing the data inside this massive resource that we have no idea how it's being managed.
I don't know that I can answer that. We have to kind of.
Nick has promised to get me this documentation for 3 years now, and every time they request this, we'll say, okay, we'll go ahead and take care of it this time, but we need this documentation in order to support you moving forward. This is the third year in a row that we're doing that, and I guess what I'm trying to do is not be an asshole, but get what we need to get so that way we don't have this confusion, and we can help them. Because the amount of time it takes to, like right now, to build this folder, I don't know what they're doing or how they're doing things. And I know we helped them last year this one time, but it's not structured, or we don't know how it's being structured. We put it in place, and then here they come a year again. Now we got to figure it out all again because, I mean, we don't know what... I can duplicate what I did last year, but I just don't know how they're managing things.
Why don't we set up a quick call with Michelle and see what she needs right now, and then try to get your longer term questions answered. I'll try to set something up right now.
Yeah, because we're going to have a meeting with somebody there. Whoever's managing the NWTF.
I think it's Michelle. I would work with Michelle personally, so I'll set up a meeting. I'll send an invite.
Yeah, I'm available. I'm pretty much open Friday, and today I am available after. I have a 1:30. I'm getting ready to jump on. I'll be done after 2:30. And I understand that I might be the one doing the work, but that shouldn't mean that we use shortcuts to go direct. Like, I have to work from the systems that I'm in. That's how I get things done quickly and prioritize.
Oh, the bottom line is she sent it to the wrong email address.
Well, it's an email address that's not even it's not even the iCore one, which I know that if it was sent to iCore, I still have access to that. But CCPCS, I haven't. I've had access up until like 18 months ago, but like I can go get into it. I still have it. It's just not something I have on my computer or something I'm watching.
I get it. I don't know how that's still like queued up, but.
And then Dave reached out to me. Yeah, I saw this. I saw the text, but it looked like junk the way it came through, and I didn't go into it even.
I totally get it.
So,
well, I'm glad.
Well, I know you do. I'm afraid. I just sense some frustration, like I'm not doing things right, and I'm like, I get that, can feel that way. I just need us to be aligned, is all.
Yeah. So bear with me. You have a 1:30. I'm cognizant of that.
I'm free after 2:30 today, and then tomorrow is screwed. I can't do shit tomorrow.
Well, I think they want it done as soon as possible.
I'm already working on the library, and I can go ahead and duplicate and hope it's right. I just don't like working that way, I guess.
Well, he did say replicate. Let me
I don't remember what. I have to go back and look and see what library we did last year, and if it's the one I'm thinking it is, it's named differently. So I'm hoping I'm duplicating the right one. Like,
well, let's just all right. Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna do a new Teams meeting, and we're gonna call this NWTF folder sync. And I'm gonna invite Michelle and Big Joe at iCora Group, or do you want it to go to?
Well, there's a few things I hear going on right now. If this is a session for the tech plan, unless you guys are capturing our conversations and recording them in a way that we can use later to help us improve what we're doing, if you're doing all that, then great, just share it with me. If you're not, I would rather host it. If that's fair. I'm open and flexible. I can do it either way.
I'm just trying to get it done. So let me. I've got today at 2:30 scheduling assistant. It looks like Michelle is open, but is obligated at. Is that her or me? She's obligated at 3:30. So an hour should be plenty. In fact, I would
30
think-
minutes would probably be more than enough. So yeah.
Okay, if you want to schedule it right now or before, so she has time to adapt. But
Oh shit! You know what? My meeting got pushed back to 2. I forgot about that. I'm gonna put it in for 1:30. You just let me know if we can work it out or not.
well,
Does she have
Well,
something on her
just
calendar? You have it up, right?
I have her. She's available at 1:30. I don't know if that's enough time for her to go, but
We'll at least
go
get what
ahead.
she needs done first, and then we'll have the conversation. If we can't get it done, then we'll reschedule an actual session to have that conversation to focus on the framework. So let's just get her what she needs right now at 1:30. How's that sound?
that's exactly what I was hoping for.
Okay.
So great.
Awesome.
Are you sending it or am I?
I'll send it. I'll send it out.
Forward it. All right. I look to see it in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Bye.
See ya. How's it going, boss?
All right. Did you hear from Michelle? What did she say?
Um, she did not, but I want to. Let me see if I can call her and see if she's available to jump on. You dirty, dirty, dirty bitch. I am so sorry. And thank you for telling me my shit's not working. Now I gotta go find this person and tell them thank you because I feel obligated. That's the kind of guy I am. Girl, you gotta go outside. What? You gotta go potty? You wanna go potty? I've been down here for 8 hours straight. Been on that grind today. Come here. Oh my goodness, you big guy. Who's my big boy? Put that thing away. Good boy. Who's my big boy, Wincy? What's he doing? Ow! God, you smell like death, my God, son. What the shit? What? All right. Oh, get up there. What's he doing? You're so warm and cozy. Where's Clementine? What'd you do with Clementine? Oh, where is she? Oh, don't you dare. Don't you shut me out. Don't you dare. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? What? You want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Okay. Oh, don't jump off of me. Jesus. What? Tell me. Tell me how you feel. Speak. Speak. What? You want to go outside? Speak. What? What? You want to speak? Speak. You want to go outside? Well, you got to speak. What? What? You want to speak? Speak. Speak. Okay, I'm not going anywhere if you're not going to speak. What? What? Come here. Speak. Roll over. Roll over. Speak. Oh, it's about time. Let's go outside. Come on. Grabbing my phone. Calm down. Let's go. Come on. Go. Let's go. All right. I'm getting off this stream for the day. I'm tired. Been on here for fucking... Well, I was on here for 8 hours. The last hour, I've been upstairs cleaning the dining room. Looks really nice. Probably going to stream from there and work from there eventually. But, yeah, I am tired. I have a lot of catching up to do today. And it's not easy doing what I'm doing. But it's doable. Remember that. It's not easy. But it's doable. I hope you guys understand that. Alright, bastards. You know what to do. Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Talk to you guys next time. Peace.